Explain what's going on, then we're not going to have participation. Friends. That's not what we talked about.
You're our only hope. I feel like you're our Jedi. You have to still. Oh shit! I can't even walk.
You can't make commercial.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025. The time is now 5:32 in the evening. We are here at the Mesilla Town Hall with the Board of Trustees for a scheduled work session. During this work session, we are prioritizing the 2025 Comprehensive Plan Action Plan and having discussion on the 2025 Comprehensive Plan zoning map. With that in note, the prioritizing is the direction for the town staff as well as electeds and appointeds to have direction to move forward with the comprehensive plan as it was adopted 2 weeks ago with the Board of Trustees. The discussion for the 2025 comprehensive plan zoning map is the map that was included in that packet that was approved by the Board of Trustees, in which we will review the zoning map in detail and look at it in even more detail for alternates, changes, and adjustments to have the potential of a full zoning map that will give the direction for the staff to move forward with. So we'll discuss that a little bit more. One thing that I do want to note is that the work session is a work session between the Board of Trustees and myself, as well as staff if need be. There is not any public comment that does happen during a Board of Trustees or during a work session in particular. But one thing I will note is that because we have a great turnout here with a lot of people, under the regularly scheduled meeting, when we move into that, and we do go into item number 6 on there with public input on cases, I will open it up to any public input at that given point in time, just so that you all know that. All right, so because we want to hear as much input as possible on everything. So with that, the Board of Trustees, during the last meeting, I had mentioned near the end of the meeting that we would be bringing this implementation matrix as well as a zoning map to you for discussion, and asked if you would also have, as I put in the notes in the board action form, if you would have 10 items off of the implementation matrix that you would like the staff to focus on. So I do want to open that up for discussion and direction from the Board of Trustees.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Johnson Burek, sorry.
just a comment. I went through, I saw that, but I was wondering if, especially this might be burdensome to the staff, if each of us have a different set of 10 priorities and we end up with 40. Now, chances are that's not going to happen. So it just, my thought was it might be burdensome to have 10, but I did do my 10.
Thank you, Trustee. And I think why I said 10 is because I know that we'll have a lot that do overlap. And then we also do have quite a few that are already in progress, which will probably overlap with a lot of your requests as well. So it'll just give a little bit more direction and priority planning for the staff, as well as, like I said, the electeds and the appointeds to move forward with the implementation and working with our 2025 comprehensive plan. So does that help out?
Thank you.
And nothing's set in stone. I do want to make that clear. So who would like to kick it off? Trustee Nevares. We always start down at that end.
Do you have to? You want me to just go over the ones that I identified, right?
Let's just make it quick, if you will, and
Okay.
then that way we can get into other discussion, and then we can go through
And I don't know if
I
you want
can
me
tidy
to
up a list.
identify it by number or the whole title of the,
If you go by the title and then the number after that, because that's how.
okay.
So like in the first part with the continuing to pursue resources and support efforts to preserve traditional architectural, cultural, and agricultural aspects of the CLI.
I started out with the first one, assist property owners in retaining and preserving structures in 1.1.A.
Will you speak into the microphone?
I am, can you hear me?
When you get up to it, we can hear you.
All right. Under economic development, again, the first one, build town capacity to develop a shuttle program for large events. This could be, it's a long one, includes several street legal options such as LSV compliant golf carts, MVD registered UTVs, or school buses, or a minimal charge. And it goes on a little longer, but it's a 1.1.A. The next one is 1.2.B, complete a local history book for families and events in Mesilla that contributes content to a future cultural center, along with creating ties to develop a commemorative park monument. 1.2.C, begin planning of facilities that appropriately store artifacts, other items while curating collections for the cultural center and museum. Collaborate with entities that currently possess Mesilla artifacts and art to bring these items back to the community, either through loan or in agreement. Let's see. Next one was under 4.2, point B, encourage film and media projects by promoting Messia's historic and scenic 1.1.C, partner with nonprofits, universities, and preservation organizations to build capacity for technical assistance, funding, and training. 2.2.A, support historic walking tours with interpretive signage showing the network and connection of public spaces in Mesilla, ensure access to online resources for the tour using a QR code. The next one is 1.2.C, promote home repair loans and utility subsidy programs for qualifying senior and low-income residents. 1.1.A, incorporate ADA improvements for pedestrians into new roadway construction projects, including completion of sidewalk segments where gaps exist. 1.1.B, review the inventory of ADA and sidewalk needs in the community to implement a phase plan to eliminate ADA non-compliance and damages to the sidewalks. And I think, I don't know if I have any more, but I think I've reached them. I think that would be it for now.
And thank you, Trustee. Trustee Johnson Bjork. We can start from up. I won't scroll because I feel like I'm making everybody dizzy too. Trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, you can't hear anything.
Sorry.
I didn't even hear anything that Mr. Nevares said.
Well, we all know that I have a mouth voice.
Yeah, well, and
Yeah.
that should reverberate a little bit as well. So.
Okay, just a moment. I think I lost count.
It starts on page 4 of the packet.
No, I think I had like 12. But let me just start with what I have. My apologies, everyone. Okay. All right. The first one is under land use. 4.1. I selected 1.1E, continue to designate and update historic property lists to reflect evolving definitions of historic, consistent with any updated historic inventory. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. 1.2, update town codes, policies, and future land use frameworks to reflect current and future needs and activities. Under this one, I selected 1.2A to continue to review and update the Macias zoning code, zoning maps, and code enforcement policies. Adhere to zoning code updates to eliminate illegal lot splits and non-conforming uses. Under 1.2, promote Macias' unique cultural identity to strengthen tourism. I selected 1.2.C, begin planning of facilities that can appropriately store artifacts, art, and other items while curating collections for a cultural center and/or museum. Collaborate with entities that currently possess Mesilla artifacts and art to bring these items back to the community, either through loan or an agreement. Under 4.1, to encourage sustainable community-supported agriculture, I selected 4.1A to partner with NMSU and local growers to expand education around water, efficient and sustainable agricultural practices. Under historic preservation, which is to support the rehabilitation of adobe structures and traditional building techniques. I selected, again, something related to updating the historic buildings inventory to make sure we have a list of those. Under goal 3.1, support homeowners and families in preserving historic homes. Facilitate partnerships between, 3.1A, facilitate partnerships between residents, local businesses, and service organizations for shared labor and materials and home rehabilitation. Okay. Then goal 4, preserve Messia's agricultural heritage and rural landscapes, to promote land use strategies that balance preservation and growth. I chose connecting residents to existing housing improvement programs that they may qualify under the same goal. Continue to build capacity of town staff and uplift partnerships with historic preservation and housing experts. Continue to make improvements to Messia's existing public spaces, parks, and outdoor recreation facilities. I included to complete improvements at Parque de Cura to fully realize the potential of the public space surrounding the community center. And then lastly, regarding community safety, the last two, making sure that we're coordinating with the county and other services to fully staff and equip fire, police, and emergency services to Messia. And then lastly, under infrastructure, to ensure water and wastewater systems are maintained in good condition, to continue to pursue all of water and wastewater projects listed in the 2026-2030 Messia ICIP plan. And that's all I have at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson Burek. Trustee Cadena.
I have a soft voice, so I'm going to have to really try to project out. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. In the land use, I think some of these we have to combine, but it's pretty much, and I do have duplicates of both Mr. Nevares and Ms. Burek, Mrs. Burek, so I will, but I'll just go through mine. And it's one for me, the land use is to because a lot of this is a continuation of what we're already doing, but he's asked us to prioritize these. And so for the staff and for ourselves and for the residents to have input on all of this is to continue to pursue resources and support efforts to preserve traditional architectural, cultural, and agricultural aspects of Mesilla life. And that's 1.1A is to assist property owners in retaining and preserving structures in the historic core. And also because all of us are so close, everybody in Mesilla has the same goals. It's to preserve the historic buildings and to preserve the green belt. And in that, we have to do a lot to make sure both of those things happen. So 1.1B is to create design standards for buildings to protect the agricultural character of the green belt. And 1.1C is to partner with local growers, local and regional practitioners to help. And I think those three things really get to the heart of what we're all trying to do here, because we're all interested in those things. for the town of Mesilla. To create an agricultural preservation committee to grow and coordinate these partnerships. I mean, all of this has to kind of be together. Like I said, I'm not going to repeat I will repeat a little bit of what they've already said, but I picked 1.12A also to continue to review and update the Mesilla zoning code, zoning maps, code enforcement policies, adhere to zoning code updates to eliminate illegal lot splits and non-conforming uses. I also in 1.2 is promote Mesilla's unique cultural identity to strengthen tourism. And I just think that we already have the basis of a lot of that in the Taylor Mesilla Historic Site, which is a humongous benefit to us. It is a real jewel down here. We just had the grand opening, and it is going to be able to bring those things together for us in this 1.2, promote Mesilla's unique cultural identity to strengthen tourism. Because as you all know, that's very important to us to do everything else that we need to do here. I think we need, in doing that, 1.2D is to update descriptions of Mesilla on Visit Las Cruces and M-True platforms to reflect the role of Mesilla to the El Camino Real and its borderland history, including the Mesilla Taylor Historic Site. Of course, I feel like we can bring in, and it's real important to start looking at that. People up north are looking at it. The whole state's looking at just tourist, outdoor adventure kinds of things. So I would like to see us put some effort towards promoting trails and public access while respecting private property rights. Like continue working on a trail expansion along the Rio Grande from the La Llorona Park. I would like to, on 3.2, integrate public art and storytelling into economic development. 3.2.A, update the town's policy to support appropriate public art and signage in the community. And I also think, as I'm driving around, there's a lot of signs missing, just street signs and those kinds of things. And I think it would be a lot easier for tourists and locals to get around if we had appropriate signing. But we know we need to do it in a certain way to preserve the historic feel of Mesilla, and especially in the downtown Mesilla. So to me, and that's in there, and it's in several parts of this comprehensive plan, but I think that's very important that we do pretty quickly and we prioritize it. There's just so much in here, as you can imagine. And if you go through this whole thing, and it took us, over more than a year to get this comprehensive plan together, it has so many moving parts that we're being asked to kind of hone in on it. And I think we are, like she said, we can't end up with 40 because that's not doable. If we can end up with 20 and then start, there, we would probably be more successful. And that's what the comprehensive plan was about, is to get a real, not use it as a dream or a wish list, but to actually build something that the whole community contributed to, which we did, because we had lots of public meetings about it. And so these are just reflections of what you gave us and you gave those planners to do with this comprehensive plan. So now it's up to us as elected officials to prioritize what we do first, right? So, and that's what we need your input for, is what do you want us to do first? And since you're all here and we have a half an hour to kind of set our priorities, you certainly have the freedom to let us know and to contribute to this at any time within the constraints of a formal meeting not so much, but outside of that, and then we can always continue this meeting at any time too. And I also want, so the signage to me is important, and I feel like that is something that we can take on and resolve in a short amount of time, and that's why I picked that as a priority. So there's 3.2, 3.3a, and 3.3b that covers that. I think we do, very importantly, have to update the historic building inventory. That has not been done in a very, very, very long time. The staff is already working on that hard. They've been working on that since I got here, which is 4 years. And it's hard to do, but we had to we didn't have an updated plans for decades. So we're having to go back and do that and really look at what the criteria is and what buildings and structures really qualify for that, and then take advantage of that and go from there. So that would be helpful for residents to contribute to. All right, so that's, I don't know. Like I said, I think we can come up with 10 or 20 that we're asking people to work on right away, the staff, because that's what we're doing. I think that we have been very successful in investing in the large scale community events. So this is 1.1 under community facility events and celebrate the heart and history of Mesilla, to continue to invest in large-scale community events and drawing visitors and support. Again, I think it's, we got a lot of feedback from residents that they wanted outdoor recreation, new parks and outdoor recreation facilities in Mesilla. I think that's something that we can go and ask to get funding for that very specifically. To invest in the sustainability measures for Mesilla's public facilities, I think all of us have that as a priority for sure. So seeking funding to add renewable energy systems to town facilities, we've already started doing that. 2.3C is to employ green stormwater infrastructure practices when making improvements to the landscaping around public facilities and roadways. We're already doing that, but we need to do it more. On Mr. Nevada's on transport, have to incorporate the ADA improvements for pedestrians into new roadway construction projects, including completion of sidewalk segments. We've already been working on it, but we need to maybe to prioritize that a little bit more. Roadways, Mesilla's transportation system, I think I'm at 10, is in good condition, but we got to continue to always work on roads. And I know that that's a big issue for residents. It always is. And we're going to continue to pursue that. And I think that's a priority. And I think almost everybody can agree to that. And those are mine.
Thank you, Trustee Cadena. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, my voice is raspy, so I'll try and get through it. So the implementation matrix is just to help us kind of look and prepare for the future. It's not something that to try and change or anything like that. For example, we had the cell phone tower come in, and recently Trustee Nevares worked on the cell phone tower ordinance so that we could protect ourselves in the future, because the ordinance that we have currently had didn't do that. And there was a lot of limitations that we had that we couldn't do because we didn't prepare for it. So the implementation matrix, I think our goal was to make sure as these problems come into our town and we want to protect our town, we make sure that we start planning for the future in order to do that, so these things don't happen. So it's not to change it, it's just to prepare what's coming in for something that currently our code book and our comprehensive plan don't address. And then we can't say no because we don't have the ordinances to protect us, or the planning to protect us, or the future planning to protect us. So this implementation matrix is really just to make sure that we're covering ourselves from all angles, and to make sure that we continue to support all of our residents in every single zone to preserve our way of life and what we want from this town. So for me, land use was the biggest one, and I think we all agree on this board that all three of the land uses, 1.1A, 1.1B, and 1.1C, which is assist property owners in retaining, preserving structures and historic core, creating design standards for building to protect agricultural character of the Greenbelt, partner with local growers and local regional practitioners to help. And I think a lot of the things that I chose was just to find those partnerships with people who do know. That way they can help us kind of plan, as I said, for the future, and make sure, because outside perspectives helps us plan and see what people are thinking when people come in, and that helps us create ordinances that protect everybody that's here. So for me, it would be 1.2A, continuing to renew and update Mesilla zoning code, zoning maps, code enforcement policies, adhere to zoning code updates to eliminate illegal lot splits and non-conforming uses. I'm sorry, guys. Woo. Continue to designate and update historic property lists to reflect evolving definitions of historic and consistent with update historic inventory. 1.2A, continuing to review and update this. Oh, I said that one, sorry. And then under 4.1A, partner with NMSU and local growers to expand education around water efficient and sustainable agricultural practices. 4.1B, support programs to local produce with retail and Mesilla Farmers Market, and expanding the market into a designation space and events. And then 1.1B on page 145, expand internship opportunities and hand-on workshops in traditional Adobe construction and techniques. 1.1C, partner with nonprofits, universities, and preservation organizations to build capacity for technical assisting, funding, and training. On page 149, 3.1A, facilitate partnerships between residents, local businesses, service organization for shared labor and material and home rehabilitation. On page 151, explore long-term options for community-held agriculture land like multi-use community garden near the community center. On page 161, coordinate with other communities in the county and the state of New Mexico on regional water planning to ensure long-term water supply. So like I said, a lot of my goals were just those community partnerships to really look outside and see ideas and see the things that they're facing, not just here in Mesilla, but outside, so that we can prepare for that. Again, this index is just to help us create, not boundaries, but make sure that we are continuing to preserve our way of life and really share the historic and the agriculture that we love dearly. So I think that's our main goal in this implementation index that was created with the comprehensive plan.
I agree. I mean, in the past, the comprehensive plan has kind of been used as maybe a reference if somebody needed to do something. But what we want the comprehensive plan to do is to have an action plan associated with it, so that we're actually meeting the goals of the comprehensive plan, so that it's a long term, that we can look back and say, hey, we we're able to fulfill the wishes and the needs of our residents, not to use it as to restrict people or to do special variances or anything else. That's the matrix. It's an action plan that makes the comprehensive plan able to be followed and completed. And at any time, if the comprehensive plan does not meet the needs of the community, we don't say, too bad, so sad, you have to follow the comprehensive plan. We review the comprehensive plan and say, what is it in the comprehensive plan that's not meeting the needs of our residents? That is the comprehensive plan. And we felt strongly that I personally asked the people that that built this for us, from all the input from the community and us, that we want actionable items. We want it as a map, a matrix. It's something to tell us where we're going and how we do all the things that we want to do, not just say pie in the sky, this is what we want. And then there's no map to it. There's no directions. There's no action plan. This is an action plan, or hopefully so.
Thank you, Trustee. And I think that that's the big thing, is that just to note that this is a guiding document for the staff and myself to provide direction to the staff on where to move forward and how to move forward. There are several of these items that we have underway. I could read through all of them, but I think what'll be great is for us to have every single one of them. I'll list out what we have presently working, and then I'll list out the ranking of how you all have that as well. And prioritizing this plan is something that, when we anticipated and working over, as it was mentioned, over the past year, almost, it was to be the guiding path for 5 to 10 years into the future of what Mesilla could be, and really following through with that. And what my goal is, more than anything, is that we spent a lot of money on this plan, and it doesn't make sense if it just sits on a shelf and isn't used. So as it commonly does happen. So that's what we're looking at here in this. And that's why, with the approval of the plan in the last 2 meetings, that's and the adoption of the plan, that's exactly what we're doing, is moving forward with that, because I don't want to just sit on it per se.
Just let me say one thing, is the state requires us to have a comprehensive plan every 5 years. And that it is a requirement from the state for every municipality to have it.
Great, thank you. But with these things and the action items that we have here, the action items can always be changed, altered, and moved into a different priority level as we encounter them. And I think that that's important to know. And then, of course, if there's more action items that aren't necessarily in the plan that happen over the years, then and with resident feedback, if we need to move forward on that, then we get that figured out and move forward with that in mind. So moving on here to the second part. Let me flip it down. That way you all see this. All right. So the one thing, this is the zoning map as it was approved in the board packet. So I do want to note that, and that here in our meeting minutes from 10/14 is when, or the agenda from 10/14 is when the comprehensive final plan, draft plan, was presented to the Board of Trustees, and the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to adopt the plan. And then on 10/27 is when we had the resolution that was adopted, formalizing the comprehensive plan for the town. But I think that that's the important thing, just as we've discussed right now through everything, is that this is a guiding document. And that's the thing, is that those of you that worked with the 2017 comprehensive plan and recall it, and I don't have it up in front of me right now, but there were several land use maps and land use map scenarios that were in there. And so we would always defer to one, but there were all different types of scenarios that were suggested by the planning company at the time in the direction that the town could potentially move. And these are planning documents. And that's exactly what I think that we need to do, because it's such a strain on the staff right now to determine the direction per se to move and to get things going. And that's why I brought this forward as a discussion. And I say it's a discussion only. There is no approval of any of this evening, even though it was formally approved per se in the board action on October 14th, as well as by the resolution on the 27th. This is what you have heard in just our action plans. I marked it specifically on this one here for action item under 1.2 for update town codes, policies, and future land use frameworks to reflect current, future needs and activities. That 1.2A specifically calls out to continue to review and update the Mesilla zoning code, zoning maps, and code enforcement policies. And adhering to zoning code updates to eliminate illegal lot splits and non-conforming uses. Almost every trustee had noted that they wanted that to be an action. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now, is a formal review of what we had approved during that meeting last month and reviewing it to see about alterations that should potentially be done, and then formally approving the land use with suggestions to move forward. And that way it gives the staff that guiding document, as well as makes that clear picture for our residents and applicants when they do come in. One thing that I do, and I will personally note on this in the planning documents, and I have brought it up to several residents who have contacted me, is that when we look at this map that was approved, these areas right here along Calle del Norte, as well as Calle del Sur, that have a overlay zone in that was discussed during a joint work session with the BOT and the Planning and Zoning Commission. But I do want to note that that wasn't in that map when we had discussed it as a potential for overlays in there. But I reached out to the planners because this was added in, and specifically that was information that was provided by the planners. And that was the direction that she thought that that's where we wanted to go. So that's why she included that in there. But I do personally believe that that was something that was slightly discussed, but not fully discussed in this area. We did talk about overlay zones along University and along Bouts, and then we talked about those areas in detail, but not these other two areas. So, I mean, I would say that it's rightful for us to notably look at these areas and redo this map already, and taking off the overlays that reside along Calle del Norte and Calle del Sur on that. Me personally, of course, board, I want your feedback on that. But I also want to note that I think that when we looked here on the overlays, that it's a proposed mixed use corridor overlay. And our code doesn't presently have a corridor or mixed use overlay. So that would be new code that would have to be created. And that was direction that was provided by the planning agency when they were helping out and getting this done. So that would be something that we would still need to plan and create whatever that looks like. But I would actually suggest that in looking at this and especially with the meeting that I had with the neighborhoods along here a couple of weeks ago, is that we look at these not as mixed use, but we look at them rather as just overlay zones. So we would have potentially look at having the University overlay zone and then the Bouts overlay zone, where we could look at what these overlays could be incorporated into code to have revisions that are specific to those areas. So, for example, in talking about that, because in our communications with the residents that are, some of them that are along University, is the concerns for safety, for privacy, and the potential what that needs to look like, especially with the new trail that's coming down that area. Feedback is a gift. If we don't receive that feedback, we don't know how to move forward. We don't get that or have a clear path on that. So that's why, that information was good. there's options that could happen with where, I mean, staff has already kind of reviewed a little bit to look at the potential of what it might be to potentially have raised walls heights in that area, just along the university area. Looking at having defined the products that are used to make a wall or a fence, whatever the case may be there. As we've had and added to our ICIP or our capital planning, is that we wanted to have university trail improvements, with the improvements not being fully defined, so we can figure out what those improvements look like. But this would all reside within that corridor overlay specifically. So looking at it as a true, just as we do in the prime example of a corridor overlay is what we do with an MOU or memorandum of understanding that we have with the city of Las Cruces, is what we do right here down Avenida de Mesilla, where we have two entities that we want the design standards to maintain consistency across the board. So it would be similar to that, and us specifically looking at that. And that's, I think, would be a viable look at this, and to do that. I do think that as it's noted here, and we look at this, that this is a thing that we look at not just yearly for this map. This map is something that we should be looking at least every quarter. I mean, I know I look at it almost every single day, especially when I walk into Eddie's office, because he has a big map hanging there on his wall. And we look at it. And I think that would be one of the points, is to have it in a room like this, to where, or somewhere within the town hall, where the residents can see it all the time. And then I think that we need to make sure that as we move forward, because in the planning of what we have in some of this too, because you see all of the commercial zone in here, and the potential planning moving forward for a commercial zone, as well as potential annexation, which was a big discussion during the comprehensive plan update. But that's all put in hashed, because I think that was a confusing part in the last comprehensive plan, is it was all solid colors in many areas and wasn't defined on whether it is what it would be or if it was a suggested direction to go. So that's what you're seeing here as some of these hashed areas. Move over a little to give you an example here, where you see our current commercial zone, current historic commercial zone, and then the proposed commercial coming down. But this is all hashed, with the exception of those that have already been rezoned into commercial along that way from the last comprehensive plan. So that's just as that form of visual communication. And then, of course, as we update and we go through, and there is a potential rezone for any of the suggested areas, then we reprint a map and we have that visually ready for everybody to see when that is done, if that is done moving forward, or however that is done. So those are just some of the suggestions on here that I see. The other note that I want to note in here that I think is important that we didn't hit on, because all of these areas where the suggested commercial zone is coming down Avenida de Mesilla between Bouts and University in particular, are all in that bright red shaded color, which is the general commercial zone. I mean, this isn't within our historic core right here along the Avenida. These need to be reviewed as historic commercial businesses, not general commercial businesses. So in my opinion, and of course, I'll turn it to the board for feedback on that. But I'll leave it at that and turn it over to the board for comments or direction.
Mr. Mayor, I do think we need to get a revised, corrected map that removes Calle de Norte and Calle de Sur, because I recall the discussion, but I know we did not approve it being in there, and you just alluded that when you made comments that the planners stated. I do think, and I've mentioned this, that anytime we're going to approach a rezone, this is just a guideline. It's just a reference. But I do think anytime we're going to approach any type of rezone, I am adamant that we involve the public, community, and we have a public hearing, we get public input. So, I mean, because not everyone was able to attend the comprehensive plan community meetings, and unfortunately, sometimes when we get to this, that's how we get the word out, but I do think we need to involve our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Trustee Johnson Burek. Any other comments? Trustee,
I'm just
Trustee
gonna-
Johnson Burek, sorry.
Oh.
Is that-
I'm good, thank you.
sorry, Trustee Nevadas.
I just wanted to comment about the overlay zone because the original discussion during the meetings with the comprehensive plan where they were mentioning University Avenue, et cetera, but not Calle del Sur or Calle del Norte. So again, as Trustee Johnson Burek mentioned, maybe we need to update the map to reflect what was an outcomes of discussion during the sessions we had with consultants.
Anything else, Trustee Nevadas?
No, that's it.
So I think the confusion with Calle del Norte and Calle del Sur, I think the only reason it got, like we had mentioned, we hadn't said that that's what we wanted. I think what we were talking about in those areas was the opportunity for farmers to utilize their land and maybe sell their crops. That was the discussion that we had in that area, so that they would be allowed to have, like when we had the winery that wanted to operate a winery and grow wine on that land, if they were to do that, I think that's where they got confused in the mixed use, because we didn't say that we wanted that to be commercial in any way. And then I also know that in recent years, we've done a lot of steps, especially with rezoning, to make sure that we have a long, thorough vetted process for rezoning. So it couldn't just happen, and it wasn't just approved by the board or by an application. So I know we've implemented a lot of steps to make sure that anytime a rezone, if or were to happen, that we put those safeguards in place so that it had a lot of community output. There was public meetings, and I know that's something we've worked really hard on to the board to make sure to put those protective placements in place. And then, yeah. So I know we've done a lot of work to make sure
That everyone. gets
that
the same
everyone is involved in those if there were to be a rezone. So it's not just a blanket, okay, we're rezoning things.
I don't think it was.
Because that's kind of what happened before, as you can see in the rural agricultural farm area, that one strip of yellow. That's what ended up happening. That was prior to us, and we don't want that to continue happening. We don't want to break up any of that. So a lot of the things we have done is to protect those rezonings and for that not to happen. But, yeah.
Trustee Cadena?
Yeah, I just think that the planners just included Calle del Sur from University, and my guess would be is they just included the entire street when we were looking at maybe just University. And like the mayor said, multi-use was not defined either. We were trying to provide flexibility for people to stay in Mesilla, for families to be able to stay in Mesilla, for there to be multi-generational opportunities, those types of things. That's what we're looking at. That's what our goal is with the multi-use. It's not to change the quality of life or what we want in Mesilla. It was really to give every resident, whether they are new old, or in between, an opportunity to stay in Mesilla if that would help them do that.
Thank you, trustee. Anything else?
I think we got to get our meetings.
I just want to share with everybody because, we constantly talk about transparency and all of that. And I know that because I know that for residents, and I don't know whether it be people that are here this evening or not, there's been word that I've seen online saying that it is me that's making these decisions. It's not me making these decisions. Not at all. This went through a process, number one, over the past year to get things done and to review these documents and go through it. And this was approved on, like I said, in October. Still, there's some items that were overlooked by everybody. And that's obvious that there was items that we overlooked as a community, but it's a guiding document, so we can fix it. But I do want to share specifically here where you see that I reached out to our planner specifically regarding the overlays. And she says that she does recall there being discussion about the overlays because I said specifically about it being during the meetings. She may have interpreted that was an update that was needed and believed that our discussion was around having the parameters in place rather than not having them at all. But either way, it's your plan, our plan as a community. Happy to send any original maps that may need to be changed. Like she mentions, they're slightly less important for the comp plan, but very important when we begin to work through zoning code changes. And I asked her just specifically where she did the document, if she would make the changes or if we can make the changes in the future as well as we move forward. So she provided all of that information. Just sharing that information with you on that. And that's, as you even see here, she'll go back to everything there. But that's not anything that was provided through the discussions that we had through the joint work session with planning and zoning. So just share, like I say, I don't feel like we can share enough, and I want to put that out there for everybody. Are there any other questions or comments, trustees? Thank you. And with that, we will start our regularly scheduled meeting. All right, today is Monday, November 10th, 2025. The time is now 6:29 in the evening. We are here for our regularly scheduled Board of Trustee meeting in the Mesilla Town Hall. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next order of business is roll call and determination of a quorum. Gloria, if you would, please. Present.
Present.
Here.
Present.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is any changes to the agenda and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevares. And unless there's discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it's been presented. Thank you for approving the agenda as it's been shown. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda, which does include the BOT meeting minutes for October 27, 2025, as well as approval for PZHAC case 062065, 2920 Avenida de Mesilla, submitted by Aussie LLC, requesting approval to re-roof Lucky's commercial building in the commercial zone. Approval of PZHAC case 062068, 1901 Caipicana, submitted by EMG Construction requesting approval to erect a rock wall in the historic residential zone.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevadas. And unless there's discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it's been presented. Thank you for approval of our BOT meeting minutes for October 27th, 2025, as well as approval for our PZHAC case 062065 and approval of PZHAC case 062068. Next item on the agenda is public input. And this is on the cases that are being heard this evening, but also, as I mentioned earlier, on our work session that we just had. So if you have any input that you would like to give, please step to the podium, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Deanne Powers, and we live on Calle de Guadalupe. So when you guys are talking about safety and issues, we've lived there now for 40 years. So we've seen a lot of change, a lot of people coming to Mesilla. Well, we get trapped in our homes when we have fiestas. We literally cannot get out of our home, and there's no sidewalks. So people are parking on both sides, and you have F-150s. These were made for horse and buggy. So it took me half an hour. I kept having to go around and around and around because people are trying to go both ways. And then it's like, okay, somebody's going to back out on Calle del Norte. And then you see these poor kids walking through there like Frogger, because there's no place to walk. You have to walk in the street. And this last Sunday, I watched a little girl almost get run over. And my grandkids are there. People go down that street lickety split. I don't know how they go that fast when there's a stop sign on one end and the other. But, we know people are really driving fast in Mesilla. We've had 2 major accidents, one death where they, didn't stop, and I hear them every night, run, and they're just going everywhere. And I'm thinking, they're at the bars, they've had stuff to drink. We go outside, we've got beer bottles, we've got, everything in front of our houses. They're hitting my wall that I just stuccoed. So now I've got big things in there because everybody's trying to squeeze into that little place. There's one side that has more room than the other side. We should be parking only on one side. And if it needs to go to a one-way, because you've got one street that's one way and then the other street that's not. So everybody that's coming down, they can't see the signs when we were talking about signs. You can't see any of this stuff, but on all our streets, they're parking on both sides and only one vehicle can go through. Well, if we have a medical emergency, there's no way the fire department is going to be able to come and get us. And we are getting older, and I have elderly neighbors. And so I don't know what to do, but it's gotten really bad. So on Sunday, when I almost saw that little girl get run over, I was like, what is that what it's going to take is for some child to get run over out there? So that's my concern is I realize we're talking about a bigger plan, but we've got so many people coming to Mesilla now. We need to look at the issues of these streets that are so small. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Powers.
Hi, I was first to come up here since I jotted something down as I was baking today, and I'll try to keep it short. My name is Sylvia Acchione Noel. I live in Mesilla Farms, and I've been there for 20 years. We had a lot of upset emails this morning, and I commend the responses that you've had today, saying that you're committing to better informing the public. I have been, thanks to some of my neighbors, I have been well informed. I've participated in the online survey. I can't pretend to understand all of it, all of your technical information that you provided. So what I've jotted down is really basic areas that I think if you try to mitigate them in some way, commit to mitigating the negative aspects of growth, it will help people feel a lot better and it will improve the quality of life. So the first question would be, if you're rezoning for commercial and residential buildings, how might you preserve or improve quality of life. And some of the factors to consider would be traffic safety, of course, air quality, noise reduction, because we have a lot of noise, electric grid stability, because there will be new demands on electricity, green space, which you've already talked about, and crime. So some of the background to that. So my thought is, where's the mitigation for these things? And some of the thoughts that were occurring to me that I was jotting down were about the ongoing construction of University Avenue. I'm just 2 houses away from it. University, I hear all the noise, all the congestion, the revved up muffler systems, the sirens. I get it all, and I wake up very easily. The construction is. I'm really excited about the improvements for vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles for persons with mobility issues. That's awesome. I'm wondering if some of the variation in the width of the street is intentional to help discourage excessive speed. We do have people who push pretty hard down that road at times, okay? So I'm wondering if we might need additional measures for assuring safety. I think we're on the right path, but we might need more. So the increased housing will, up that traffic level. The air quality. I acquired asthma when I moved back to New Mexico and moved into Mesilla. Do I need to stop? Okay. Air pollution from seasonal allergies and blowing dust, construction digging, agricultural chemicals and mold in the orchards, and car exhaust contribute to my health issues. The idling vehicles at Zia Middle School during drop-off and pickup contribute to air pollution. Project Jupiter may contribute additional pollution depending on if they're using gas turbines for power. Added vehicle traffic and commercial processes may increase negative effects on residents' health. How can we mitigate that? These are things we need to consider. Noise reduction. Traffic on University Avenue has grown since I moved to Mesilla 20 years ago and no longer feels as peaceful as it once did, as the previous speaker has said. Enhanced loud mufflers are disturbing. The sirens, electric vehicles offer some noise reduction, but they are unaffordable for most people. So what can we do about noise reduction? Electric grid stability. Solar panels on homes and businesses have helped offset some residential consumption, but we would need more solar to reach critical mass. Rezoning will add to electricity demands in our town. Nationally, there are already signs of higher grid demand and cost due to data centers, EVs, et cetera. I've noted recent throttling of my internet access. Green space. I enjoy everything that you're doing, the parks, the xeriscaping, the bioswales. I hope we continue to prioritize green space in any zoning efforts as it supports health and well-being as well as community pride. And then there's crime. Friends who live in Mesilla Park, our neighbors, have had past difficulties with theft and vandalism. Mesilla Farm subdivision neighbors have reported a few issues as well. We even considered gating the neighborhood recently. It's pretty expensive. Not going to do that just yet. I sincerely hope commercial and residential rezoning will not increase crime, but we may have to reconsider other ways to mitigate that problem by making us less accessible. And that's unfortunate. So these are just some of the factors. I'll leave it with you. These are the factors I would ask you to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Noah. And Gloria, if you'll have that.
Hello, Melissa Molina and Patricia Molina speaking for my mom. She's sitting right here in the back. She resides at 1991 Calle de Santiago, directly next to New Mexico Vintage Wines. We have had numerous problems regarding the noise level. We cannot even have conversations outside. We have traffic issues, people parking on both sides of the street, lots of foot traffic, and I'm surprised nobody's been hit yet. You can't even sometimes pull into Calle de Santiago. It is an ongoing thing. And just like one of the other residents mentioned before, you have to circle around your house to actually visit your mother or a family member that resides there at 1991 Calle de Santiago. It is ridiculous. You guys really need to look at revisiting, combining commercial, residential. It is a big problem for the people that live there. Would you like to live directly next to a bar that has music, bands, amplifiers that continue to go on till 11, sometimes midnight? Because when they decide to close the bar, that's at their convenience, they do it with no regard to the resident that lives directly next to them, and everybody else can hear them in the neighborhood. So please, please reconsider combining commercial, residential. It is a big problem. If you are going to continue to do that, at least put a business in there that is not going to have loud music, drunk people, and no place to park. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Molina.
Hi, my name is Martha Mulvihill. I'm here as a resident. I live in Mesilla Farm subdivision, and I too am concerned about the rezoning of the mixed, because there's just, we bought into that area because we believed that it was actually going to be residential. We didn't realize that someday that they were going to try and put businesses out around us. And it just causes too much traffic, a lot of congestion. And I don't think that the street bouts right now could even tolerate an increase in the traffic flow. And then, as far as safety, we had the police or the marshals would go around in our neighborhood sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, and we don't see them at all anymore. I don't know where they are, or if we just don't have enough, but I think that that's going to cause an increase in safety issues if you're going to do mixed areas in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvihill.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Nora Barraza. I live on Calle del Sur. I first became aware of this map yesterday, and we talk about transparency. Where is transparency? For us to barely find out about this on a Sunday, things aren't even posted till Friday evening, I guess just to give you the 72 hours that you need by law. Residents are very upset that, as the members of the Board of Trustees, how could you overlook something like that? I was at the 2 comprehensive plan workshops that were held. Nowhere did we discuss this map. I don't know where this idea came from. It wasn't from those comprehensive meetings we had. The annexation you're proposing, Mesilla Park, all the way to Union, close to Tamba, Rassaf Hills, we were in a lawsuit with Rassaf Hill residents. They do not want to be annexed into Mesilla. We spent a fortune in attorney fees to fight this. And I have to say, I was one that voted not for annexation. We cannot afford it. Annexation down Motel Boulevard all the way to the interstate, that was discussed in our group anyway, if we were going to do annexation to go north. Where all this other came up, I do not know. We had discussed, and I think the majority of the tables there discussed enhancing the general commercial area to fill that area first before we went any further. Here you have all the way down to Union. We can't even fill the commercial that we currently have, why would you want to expand anymore? We don't want empty buildings, as a lot of small communities have a lot of empty buildings because the business is not there. Do we want a big grocery store? I do not. Walmart is just 2 miles from my house. Where you even come up with Calle del Sur and Calle del Norte having a mixed use? Can you imagine having a cannabis shop right across my house? That was just, and then Mesilla Elementary just down the street, Zia Middle School down the street. We couldn't even keep 2 cannabis shops in the core of the town of Mesilla. So these are things we worry about. You talk about transparency. Did you all notify the members that this all affects the residents on Calle del Norte, Calle del Sur, University, Bouts? And if you all recall, years ago when the Mormon Church bought the property across Mesilla Farms, the residents showed up full force that they did not want it there. And here we continue to force this down. What is going on with this board? Truly a lack of transparency. You all talk about transparency. The other, I have your newsletters. That is a joke. A one-page front and back, a newsletter to inform all these residents what is going on in the town of Mesilla. You could have easily posted, sent out a newsletter regarding the new comprehensive plan that is being proposed to the residents so they are all aware, not just a handful of people. And the only reason I think we got the word out is we started making phone calls. And that's how we were able to have the people that are here to listen to what you had to say. The other I have is the signs. I understand we had proposed, we had received some funding for signs to replace street signs and stop signs. I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, that you're going to use that funding to put the town of Mesilla big sign on the parks. That is not what that money was intended for. To me, if that is the case, it's a misuse of funds. Codes enforcement, law enforcement, where are they? This town looks like crap. Weeds all over the place. Graffiti all over the place. Stickers on stop signs there in the core of the plaza. Where are the codes enforcement and where is law enforcement? Because we sure don't see them. I'm at home most of the day, and I'm lucky if I see them once a day pass by. And that's just not acceptable. We're a small community, and we deserve better. One other thing, the water well. The water well, I understand, pump one, well one went down, and it was repaired, and it needs to be replaced. Well, I would encourage you all, I know you have it on the agenda today for Colonia's funding to do something with the well. And I think that should be your number one priority, is to replace that well, because as residents, we rely on water. The other, and we keep talking about growth. Have you all done a study to see how much growth we can accommodate with our wells? I mean, that's crucial. If we're going to continue building businesses and homes, do we have enough water in the wells to supply those homes and businesses?
Thank you, Ms. Broad.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, my name is Tim Craner. I live just off McDowell. In the area that's gray coded there. I first heard about this annexation about 2 hours ago when a neighbor came over and said, "Hey, did you know this was happening?" We're like, "No, none of the other people in our area knew." To mirror what was just said, if you're looking to annex us, send us a letter, some kind of information to know that we're about to be brought into Mesilla. And when I bought my house 14 years ago, I liked it being in the county. I do like it being in the county. I think it's just fine being in the county. I don't know that I see any advantages. I see disadvantages, bureaucratic overload. I see taxes. I'm not sure I see any advantages of where I am right now. So just leave me alone. All right? Thank you.
Hello. I'm going to piggyback on the rest of the people that talk about transparency. That's big for, I think, all of us. And a letter would have been nice to the residents that are going to be impacted.
Real quick, name for the record.
Sandra Lopez.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
And there's elderly people that you need to consider that don't have social media, they don't get out, or they can't come out. I found out yesterday. And of course, I'm from here. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, they're probably rolling in their grave. So I'm going to leave you with this. Please consider what we're saying. Messia's strength has always been its identity. Our historic district, our culture, and the small town charm that draws visitors and residents alike. If we open the door too wide to commercial and industrial expansion, we risk losing exactly what makes Mesilla, Mesilla. Our goal shouldn't be to reorient Mesilla into something unrecognizable. It should be to preserve its beauty, protect its history, and still find smart ways to fund our essential services. Let's not trade away our roots for short-term revenue. Mesilla can grow, but it should grow our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Trina Witter. I just wanted to echo some of the things that were mentioned previously that I agree with. I heard trustees mention tonight the goals of preserving Mesilla and our way of life and protecting what's important to us, such as agricultural areas, the green belt, and I support that. For example, I just love going down from Las Cruces down University, and it starts to feel darker and there's more big trees, and I feel more rural, and I love that. And yet your action plan and goals and zone map double and triple the size of commercial properties in this area. On your map, you have that area along Avenida de Mesilla that looks red, and then it's got the striped. I wasn't sure what the stripe section was because the color code key didn't seem to have like a red and brown stripe. So if you could explain what that was. In my mind, increasing the number of businesses here is not going to improve my way of life, but will detract from it. Your action plan and goals map seems to create, you talked about a mixed use area all along University Avenue, Calle del Norte, Calle del Sur. I know you addressed some of that, and I would agree what was stated previously. That I don't remember discussing that at the community input meetings. I was there for at least 2 of those meetings. I think there were 3 total. And my table didn't discuss that. We talked about if we wanted business growth, it should be something that was valuable to the residents, just not more souvenir shops, t-shirt shops, things like that. So one of my questions is, why is it so important to double and triple the commercial areas? Driving here tonight, I passed 2 commercial properties that have had for rent signs on them for months. One of them, I think maybe for a year. Are all the retail spaces in the Mercado already filled? Has a study been done or inventory been done? Why would you want to make University and Calle del Sur, Calle del Norte more urban like Las Cruces? 2 weeks ago at the meeting over at Zia Middle School, several residents mentioned wanting to keep the skies dark and have an obvious transition from Las Cruces to Mesilla. Residents don't want an urban feel to Mesilla. We don't want the sidewalks, the benches, the trash cans, drinking fountains along University or Calle del Norte. The Del Norte residents were also, when that was brought up over there, were vocally opposed to that, and residents over in the Mesilla Park area expressed similar concerns about University. Another question that I have, hope you can address, is why are you changing the Mercado area from commercial to a historic commercial? And that is not a historic part of Mesilla. And my last question is, why were those particular areas chosen to be annexed? What are the benefits for those residents, the benefits to Mesilla versus the expense to maintain their infrastructure? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Irene Chavez. We moved into the area about 3 years ago. And one of the reasons we moved here was because of what Mesilla is. It is peaceful. It is a community. It is safe. If I wanted a place like you are proposing with more commercial, I would have stayed in El Paso. I didn't want that. We moved here. We live right off of University, so it also affects us a lot. You also mentioned that farm that became or wants to be a winery. That affected us. And I don't like the way it came about. So, everyone has mentioned transparency. It's not there. I live off of University. I didn't know about this till 2 hours ago. Where's transparency? I don't even know who my rep is, and that's my fault. I always thought that I wouldn't have to come up here, that, you all mentioned that you're interested in keeping the land use and green belt and Mesilla what it is, but that's not what you all are proposing, or at least that's what I think. So anyway, we came to retire here. I'm still working, but we came to retire here. I could have stayed in El Paso for this. So please reconsider.
Hello, thank you for having me. And I'm here, residents here, speaking up. And what I'm hearing, which I think there's a failure on your end that you're not doing. There's no communication. That's what my takeaway that I'm hearing right now, right? So the communication, many didn't even know what was happening. The transparency thing clearly is not true. The map, again, like Nora had mentioned, that didn't align with what you're saying, right? So my father, Eddie Lopez, taught us actions speak louder than words. And your actions show a sense of deceit, right? So there is deception that is being out there. I don't know for what. I don't know if there's some kind of other agenda or who's benefiting from these commercial uses on Avenida de Mesilla, the Calle del Norte mix up there, not sure. So if you receive that map as a leader of the community, as responsible leaders who were elected into this position, you should be more aware of how it got all the way up to this stage. I'm not sure, but that's a problem. There's nothing wrong with growth, right? There's nothing wrong with growth. But what is wrong is not listening to your community. Mesilla has always been a small town. It has its charm. To preserve that charm is not to go this route. What you're bringing in is vulnerability to the residents, to the historic development of Mesilla, which already has problems because there's an overload and the residents are speaking out about it, right? Parking's a problem. Crime is a problem. Clearly, maybe not enough police because no one sees them. So law enforcement is getting paid, but getting paid for what? And no disrespect to law enforcement. I come from law enforcement family across the board, but there's a problem there. You would have to agree. If you're not seeing law enforcement out, what's going on? So who's responsible to hold them accountable? Okay. So if you don't have law enforcement, but you're trying to build like this, how are you going to protect the residents? What kind of crime is going to continue to come? So there's there's already plans for a commercial off, what's the area further up that's already established where the Mercado is, right? There's a resident brought it up as well. How many empty lease spaces are there? How many? So we're gonna zone all this for mixed use. Have you seen how mixed use can turn? I have. So it's not always for the best. You may have the best interest in mind, but what you really should be listening to is the community. The community is who is important here, and that's what matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Natalie Clay Schultz. I live off of Calle del Norte. My family's been there for about 4 generations now. We own a significant portion of the land that is on Calle del Norte, directly on Calle del Norte. We received no notice about this overlay option, which would directly affect the farmland that we have there. So just piggybacking off of what everyone else says, there needs to be more transparency. It's not that hard to send a letter to your residents in the mail, letting them know what's going on. All we have is a small little hidden in the post office, tiny little paper in the corner behind a stand of envelopes and things. So nobody sees anything that you post there. I think it needs to be more for everyone. A lack of transparency, and also it's very vague. Your overlay, what does that mean? You're not telling us what it means. You're just saying, oh, it's an overlay. You're not telling us what's going to go in there. And that creates problems for those farmers who have been there for a very long time. And that's really all I have to say on that. I think the residents deserve on Calle del Norte and Calle del Sur a clear answer on if that is going to be removed from this zoning map or not. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. And I just have a question for all of you.
Your name.
With this subdivision that Patricia Lozano, and I live on Calle del Norte. All my family has been born and raised there in Mesilla. Are you all trying to make this the first step of bringing in the sheriff department, fire department from the sheriff here into Mesilla and getting rid of all these fine people we have here? I know we don't have enough now, but if you do all this, it's going to be worse. Is this what you all are trying to do? Is just throw Mesilla to the side and bring on the city or the sheriff department into Mesilla instead of letting our people do their job? Answer me. Is that going to be your next step? Because this staff we have now cannot take care, is having a hard time doing what they're doing now here. And if it gets bigger and we bring more people into this town, it's going to be worse. Because I'm hearing rumors that that's what wants to happen. And it shouldn't happen. Because we have good staff right now taking care of our town. And I've heard that someone wants to bring in people either from the city or from the county to take care of Mesilla. And like I said, what's going to happen to our people? As it is, you all got rid of our court system. We have no court system here in Mesilla anymore. What's going to be the next step? Like I said, are you going to get rid of the police department because there's not enough people to take care of everything? I don't hear an answer from any of you. Come on, what's up?
It's no, trustee, it's, and I'm sorry, Ms. Lozano, but this is public input. I will address some of the questions after all the public input is put in.
Okay, but I think since we didn't have no communication about this meeting at all, just by a phone call that I got yesterday, we need to work on communication. Thank you.
Other public input. Seeing as there is none, we'll move forward. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Lowry.
Dave Lowry. I just want to concur with the Clay Schultz and everybody else that spoke up here. Is it may be a lack of transparency, but a lack of communication. And I can take it back to that multi-use path that we call the bike path. And I think you need to have a division line between merchants and your businesses and so forth and the rest of us that farm on the other side of that. And what you all do, you do. What we do, we do. But trying to merge the two together is going to be a real problem. And post-COVID, we've got more people trespassing in places they should not be trespassing. So I want to be on the record as I concur with the majority of the people here.
Hi, I'm Kathy Clayshult. I live on Paisano Road. And the last time the police officers did radar there, they caught somebody doing 67 miles an hour down that road. We have asked and asked and asked over the years. We've lived here. John's lived here all his life. I've been here for 50 years. And we've asked and asked and asked for people to come, just for the police to come down. And they catch them, but they can't stay because there's not enough of them to slow those people down. That's number one. The second thing I want you to know, we have somebody running around the streets here who's homeless. And he's been known as the Messia stalker, the Messia peeper, the Messia whatever. He's looking in people's houses. He gets the police called on him, but since there's no police officers to respond, he gets away. He's about my size, but he gets away. And the last time I saw him, he was coming right across the street from Clay Schultz, John's parents' house, which is right next to the park on the other side of the canal. And over there by the two-story house, that is the old, I think it's the Fountain House, but I may have the wrong name on that one. But he was walking through there again. So we need some other things cared for before we start talking about an expansion. You need to take care and protect us. You have a well. We put irrigation wells in all the time. They're over $100,000, and some of them are $150,000, $175,000, depending how deep you have to go to get water. And all of you know we're in a drought. The farmers got one irrigation this year out of the river. One. If we get less than that, our water level is going to keep, our water underneath the ground is going to keep dropping and dropping, and our wells have to be dropped and dropped too. But first and foremost, you need to slow these people down. And on Calle del Norte, they're doing 75. I pull out on that corner. I no more get halfway, not even halfway down the road. They're on my tail honking at me, trying to get me to go faster. And I'm doing the speed limit. They go flying up the hill and flying down the hill. And so please put some ideas and some thought into what you're going to do to protect us. We are this community. We pay your bills. We want to live here. And like I said, my niece was up here talking. My family has lived here for 5 generations. That's a long time, guys. And we've never had to come up and talk like this. And our uncle, my cousin's father, was the first mayor of Mesilla. So, and he had to be called back again to do it again. If you go look on your wall where we used to have a courthouse, they had a picture of him up there for a long, long time. We want to be treated like the people that pay the bills around here, and that's who we are. Thank you.
Any other public comment? So as it was mentioned earlier on this, that this is a public comment portion, and the trustees and the board generally does not respond to comments outside of the meeting. But I think that there was a lot of comments this evening. going through. But I do want to step in and talk on some of them. Not everything we won't be able to touch on specifically, but I do encourage you to reach out to me directly or to the trustees directly to have conversations, and let's continue that no matter what. We constantly, just to start from the very beginning, we constantly hear about parking issues all the way down. And Guadalupe, Principal have been some of the main ones that have been brought up to me in the past. We're reviewing the potential of making or doing a traffic study and getting that done. Those do cost money, so we will be reviewing that and moving that forward and once we secure the funding. For noise pollution, because that's what it is, and light pollution, which is another one that wasn't necessarily brought up this evening, but it isn't. Well, it was, but not directly. We are reviewing those as well. We have just recently we've been given codes department in specific a lumen meter as well as a decibel meter. That way we can monitor, take note, and have that information. That way we can update ordinance to have the specific lumens, which the lumens are in the ordinance, but to ensure that that's being enforced, but to have noise decibels within the ordinance and have that enforced. Excessive speeds around the entire town. I mean, that's something I'll get with the marshal about in specific, and we'll drive down on all that. We're constantly looking at these areas, and the areas of concern are there. So if you feel that it's not being represented, please do reach out to my office, and we'll get them in the area no matter what. We do have, on that note, we do have a full marshal's department as of right now for what we have budgeted. We have built capacity within our fire department by actually having two paid fire and now 2 paid paramedics. It's more than what we've had in the past. So we're building capacity within our town to support the residents. That's what we're really driving for and doing that. So more the thought that the sheriff or is going to take over, I don't know where that's coming from, but that's news to me. But we want to really truly build capacity for public safety and drive down on that. So in our zoning map here that you see, so the areas that you see in here, so the red that you see here on where I'm going here, that's the general commercial zone. And then this dark maroon is the historic commercial zone. What I was talking about earlier is because what you see here, that's in the light brown color here, this is all the historic residential zone. So we have general commercial, which has already started. And this is in previous years from the 2017 comprehensive plan that's been adopted and moving forward. But we have general commercial that's already come into some of these areas. And that's what I'm telling and suggesting is that this is all historic commercial coming or historic residential in here. I don't think we want to necessarily have general commercial as it's already started coming down here. We probably want to have historic commercial, more stringent requirements that are in that historic commercial zone. And that's only those properties that are directly abutting the Avenida specifically. And there again, we will review the ordinances as far as it pertains to noise, light, all of that, and really drive down on that information or those ordinances and those codes. Communication, I mean, that's key. We've talked about it several times, and I'm sorry for not communicating better, but we're working on it and trying to get it out there as best as possible. It was mentioned about the newsletter and not having the comp plan information, but that was top center on the newsletter that was sent out to all of the residents to do the comp plan and to jump on there. So I'm sorry if it wasn't visible enough or big enough, but I'll make it more prominent in the future for any of those, and look at the potential of just having a standalone page, because we did have some standalone pages in with that newsletter that were for the fire department and the safety program that they're working on, as well as the lead and copper testing that needs to be done in our water lines. So I hear you on this, and having better communication, more communication. We'll work on that. We'll get it done. Hear you loud and clear.
Newsletter you talk,
I'm sorry?
the newsletter? Who have the newsletter? Anybody else?
So the newsletter came out a couple of months ago, and it goes to all of our residents that pay utilities in specific. So that's businesses and everything. So and that's what I'll say, if you didn't get that, then please let me know or let Gloria here know, because we have all of your information, and that's that. And we're starting an e-newsletter, which we'll be sending out the physical newsletter at least once a year, if not twice a year, and be doing an e-newsletter that'll be going out with quarterly updates. And that one will actually be going out probably towards the end of this month to the beginning of next month with updates, because that's what we're trying to work on. So there is a spot on the website where you can actually go and sign up for the e-newsletter. We're working on trying to get a computer set up here in the lobby, so that way if there's residents that don't have access to a computer, we'll get you signed up. We'll work on that. We'll have that availability. The staff will work with you. We're looking at future funding here shortly that will help with more technology availability in our community center, so that way it's more available and accessible for all of our residents, especially those that do not have technology at their fingertips. And that's the goal, is to have that available to all of our residents, and things that we've communicated about. So we are working on that and open to ideas on communication. There's a text message service that's being evaluated on that. There's a robocall service where if you have your name or your phone number in our system, we'll be doing that, so that way that you get the communication that way. It's not implemented yet though, but we are working on it and trying to get it figured out specifically. So things like that take time, but we are working on, or trying to work on, that communication. And I mean, there's so much more to go over with and in that, but we will work on that and work on communication, work on all of the notes that I have taken here. We'll review it in all the minutes, and I'll review it in my next staff meeting with the team, and we'll drive down on a lot of these things and get you all taken care of one way or the other. I do want to note for myself, as well as every member of the board up here, we are readily available to talk with you. Our cards are up at the front, and then available phone numbers are on the website. Please reach out. Please, please, please. And I'll leave it at that on that part, and we'll move on with the rest of the meeting.
So you're not going to address the question overlay on kind of the required as well?
I think that and it was discussed across here that Calle Norte, the overlay on Calle Norte and Calle Sur, those are going to be taken away. So in this, so that what you're going to see, and that's what the discussion was about ultimately on this, and having that discussion part between the Board of Trustees. We'll probably do another discussion session as well with all this, get a little update on that, do another discussion, make sure that it's what we want. Because that's really, especially this is a guiding document and a guiding plan to help guide us moving forward. And I think that's the question in this, in thinking about, and just completely transparent. Yes, we do have a couple of vacant lots that could be filled in our commercial zone. A couple of empty buildings that, well, not in the historic zone. I think we have almost every business has a business within the historic commercial zone. But we talked about, or it was brought up about, paying, the staff, paying fire, paying public safety, getting all this taken care of. That happens in building capacity for the town. Really, through us, we are a GRT driven town. So with that in mind, GRT, or gross receipts tax, that tax that comes from business, primarily pays for the staff salaries. There are some grant fundings that are available through the fire protection fund as well as the LE fund that help to a certain degree with certain parts of that, but they don't pay full salaries for our staff. So that's where we're reliant on GRT and business, or reliant, depending upon utilities, reliant on utility payments to pay public works or different departments such as that. So that's that in a nutshell. But we will have an updated map at the next meeting. I'll put that here, and then we'll have it for discussion item again with the Norte and Sur pictured overlays here removed. But there was, that unless they're in in trustee comments later, there's direction for more. During that comment, there's no more discussion on the map as far as it is right now on this. Okay. So moving forward, item number 7 on the agenda is a presentation by the fire department for holiday fire safety. Mr. Fire Chief. Batman.
You can hit play on that if you want, sir.
Catching on fire.
This comes from the NIST flashover video. So that's a dry Christmas tree. And that is how quick your smoke alarm would be going off. And then about now it would quit. And so we want to talk about holiday safety. This is my favorite time of year and my least favorite time of year. Because I love the holidays. You can ask my wife, starting around Halloween up until January 1st, because then I know summer's coming. So then I don't like it anymore. But it's also the time of year I've been to so many fires and so many major emergencies that have been caused, and they're all preventable. So yeah, that'll play over and over again. So why it matters, right? So we have an elevated fire risk because of the things that we're doing. Fire departments respond to an average of 832 home structure fires each year that begin with decorations, and that's not counting Christmas trees. So things like pine branches with candles in them on your table, they look great until you forget about the candle and go to the store and then come back and the fire department's there. So we also have a lot more distractions. I mean, this is a beautiful setup there in that picture, but there's a lot of stuff going on. It's easy to forget about a candle or even other things like poor usage of electrical appliances. We'll talk about those in a second. Go to the next one, sir. So some people don't use their oven until the holidays. And I've been to many fires with Tupperware that caught on fire because they preheat that oven. And I'm sure somebody's going, oh, I've got Tupperware in my oven right now. And so that's a big one, keeping your oven and all of your cooking appliances clean. Keeping an eye on them. That's another thing. that will set up something and then we'll walk away for 20, 30 minutes and then come back and there's a fire. Heating equipment. Right about now, everybody's dealing with the changeover, right? It's not quite cold, it's not quite warm, and so you'll probably bring in a space heater. And that's another thing. We'll talk about some of the things you can do to be safer. And of course, decorative items like open flames, candles, Christmas trees is becoming a thing again. And I don't know why, when we have all these really cool LED lights and people want to be nostalgic and have candles on their dry Christmas tree. So I hope none of you all are planning any of that. So Christmas trees, any fires involved? The Christmas trees, they have 3 times the dollar loss and 8 times the fatality rate. We saw why. We'll talk about watering the tree, but I have a friend in England that every year, right around New Year's, he takes his Christmas tree down and burns it in his backyard and films it. And one year, I didn't water this once. One year, I watered this every day. I did everything I could do. And every year, they go up like a torch. So the test that we'll show you, there's a video that comes up in a little bit. They're showing like a tree that's pretty fresh, because as soon as it gets cut, it starts dying. As soon as it gets cut, it starts dying. So now we're looking at about 210 more home fires every year, begin with Christmas trees. And that's 2014. You know, that's still old because U.S. Fire Administration takes time to compile the data that we send. But you're looking at, 6 deaths, 16 injuries, and $16.2 million in damages that happen from a Christmas tree fire. And usually because the tree is too close to an ignition source, some sort of heat source, a stove, an oven, a space heater, or a candle or a fireplace. Next, sir. So I don't know if you can hit play on that one. So they're going to show you 2 trees. One they say is watered and one is not. This is NIST again. But like I said, I have videos from, not on here, but from my friend in England that burns his tree every year. So they're both ignited at the same time. You see the one just has a little wisp of smoke. The one on the right. By the time this is reported to 911, and by the time we get there, you've lost a lot in this house. They're saying that there's about an average of 3 to 4 minutes from the time you start your 911 call till they decide who they're going to send. And then they have to page those people, and those people have to maybe come from home to get on the fire truck to then respond to your house. So that was a minute. And by that time, that room is gone, and hopefully nobody's in there. And one on the left still, it's going to burn eventually. It's going to eventually get going because it is a dead tree. You can stop that there, sir. It doesn't go, it goes on for a long time that it doesn't need to. So here's the big one, right? Candles and lighting. We all love the looks of candles and the smell of the candles, and just make sure that they're not placed next to things that will catch on fire. I don't know why people want to start putting them back in trees again, but usually these candles are too close. I had an ex-wife that insisted on hanging a towel over the candle in the bathroom, and I would go and move the towel. And she's an ex-wife for a reason. So yeah, it looked great, and I figured it would look outstanding when it was on fire. It would look great from a firefighter standpoint. So generally, your ignition sources should be about 36 inches away from anything that can catch on fire. Not just gasoline, your bed, your chair, the dog's cushion, but look on the appliances. They'll tell you. Some of them can be as little as 12 inches. Some might say 6 feet. And that's what it'll tell you. If you're not sure, reach out to us. We can come help you. The general rule, 3 feet away. And of course, December is the peak month for candle fires because we all love candles. Next. So I know it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not. I have seen holiday decorations with wiring like that. So obviously some cooking and heating hazards, more cooking, more distractions, which we talked about earlier, space heaters, portable heaters, and fireplace. Who gets their fireplaces cleaned? Good. We've only used ours twice since we moved in 3 years ago, so I'm not stressed about getting it cleaned yet, but we got it cleaned when we moved in. So stay alert, keep kids and pets out of those space heater zones, right? Keep candles. I've we've been to houses where candles are there and the cats are walking next to the candles. You know, eventually that cat's going to knock it over and we're going to be back. So don't overload extension cords. If you're not sure about the cords tell you what they can handle and the appliances can tell you what they're doing. And if you're not comfortable with the math, let me know. We'll help you. Next, sir. So keep your trees watered 3 feet away from heat sources. Don't leave your candles unattended, no matter how nice they smell. Never leave your stove or oven unattended. Maybe have somebody come back and make sure that it's being checked on. Keep your combustibles away from all your things that can get hot. Make sure smoke alarms work. This is a good time of year to have that checked. The old 9-volt battery smoke alarms are going out. They're no longer going to be around. You're going to be buying smoke alarms that have a lithium-ion battery in them that last about 10 years. And you can buy combination units that are smoke alarm and carbon monoxide for about $64. So then you won't have to change the battery ever again. When it starts chirping, you take it down, recycle it, and put a new one up. That'll be the way the new way that's going to be. Again, having a smoke alarm is going to help you get out sooner. Next one. So here's more from the Red Cross, because they go to a lot of these fires. 47,000 home fires in winter holidays, 500 deaths, 2,200 injuries, $554 million in damage. 41% of December residential fires are cooking related, heating 28%, and open flame 9%. And 1 in 22 home fires started by Christmas trees results in a death. That's pretty substantial, and everything on that page is preventable. Accidents are going to happen, but when we can prevent it, that's the saddest part for me. Like we didn't have to be there. Next, sir. So does everybody have an escape plan? Exit drills in the home, the EDA thing, right? Do you have an escape plan? Does everybody know where to meet so that we're not all running around trying to find where little Johnny is? No, Johnny's at the tree where we said we were going to be at. So we don't have to go looking for him. Make sure somebody's watching cooking. If it's being left up there, somebody's assigned to sit in the kitchen. They can poke their head out every now and then to watch the football game, but they need to be watching the cooking. Make sure your live trees aren't going to fall over. Make sure your wiring is in good shape. A lot of people are like, well, that was my grandfather's extension cord. Yep, and it needs to go with grandpa now. It's done, okay? It's time to get a new one. So if you're not sure about overloading circuits, you reach out to me. I'll give my contact information. It'll be up here for you, and I can help talk you through it, or we'll come by there and we'll look at it. Talk to your family and friends. This isn't just you. Right? It would be really sad if you had the knowledge to not have a fire and you didn't pass it along to family and then they had a fire. So you can contact us, and I think that's the next slide. Yep. Celebrate festively, stay fire safe. That's my email, and that is my cell phone. It's my personal cell phone. Right? I don't have another cell phone. That's the one I've had for 20 some years. So please don't call me at midnight. But that's how you get a hold of me. Other than 911, that's the bad way to get a hold of me. Okay? I see people. Lorenzo, midnight. I blocked your number after 10. Yeah. Last slide, sir. Last slide. So remember, right? Take care of each other. This is the holiday seasons. Look out for family, friends, and neighbors. Make sure we can all have a safe and happy holiday. And we love you all as a fire department, but we don't want to show up to your house as an unplanned guest. And that's it. And I'll be here. We'll be here for the rest of the meeting. If anybody has any questions. Any questions from the board? Yes, sir.
I just had a comment because you mentioned space heaters, and people like space heaters because they provide warmth in a little area that they.
And it's efficient, right? It's right where you need it.
The issue is the misuse of them, because people put them on carpet, they put them, next to the bed, or.
So on carpet usually is okay. And if it's a recent space heater, you don't want something that's 20, 30 years old. So space heaters now have tip over protection. So if they get knocked over, they'll turn off. Or even if some of them, if you pick them up, there's a little button that pops out and they'll turn off. Some of them have overheat protection. It doesn't mean that they're perfect. I can have a space heater that's operating perfectly, and 2 feet away is your sofa. The space heater is doing everything it's supposed to do. There's nothing wrong with it, but the sofa catches on fire. So eventually the space heater will shut off when the power goes off to the house, but that's not going to solve the problem when we had the fire. So that's what we're talking about is you can have a space heater, but follow the instructions that come with it of how to use it.
Yes, and I think that's what happens. It's kind of misused a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And we can still plug in a space heater into an extension cord and overload the extension cord. And now the space heater is operating fine, but the extension cord is having a really bad day, and we can still have a fire. And we go down a big path, hiding extension cords under carpeting and things like that. That's all bad stuff. Anything else? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So.
Next item on the agenda. Thank you for that great presentation. I'll give you your. Next item on the agenda under item 8 under action and consideration old business. Item A, approval of resolution 2025-62, an amendment to the zoning map as a rezone.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevadas. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and trustees. This is a continuing case from the last meeting that we had with the Board of Trustees. This is a approval of resolution 2025-62 that we did have a hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission and regarding the request to rezone 2886 Snow Road. It was requested by Jesus M. Carro Jr. He is here tonight. He is requesting approval to rezone the property from RF to R1. The property is located at the end of Frescas Road. And again, he is requesting to rezone for the purpose of, in the future, hopefully subdividing his property. So family or daughters and son can move back into the area. Mr. Caro mentioned that also, I'm just going to give a quick recap. Mr. Scott also mentioned that, this property hasn't been farmed in a very long time. Also that area there in Frescas Road, we talked about already zone R1, so therefore it wouldn't be considered a spot zoning. The commission did review. The commission's review was mainly concentrated on his request have any conflicting elements or anything against our town code, which we did not find anything conflicting. The resolution there states a resolution by the Planning and Zoning Historical Appropriateness Commission regarding an amendment to the Mesilla Town Code ordinance dash zoning map. It identifies what the parcel number is according to Doña Ana County. It also identifies the property as the address with the address. We did review and it is accessible by vehicle. There's legal access to his property. There is a 14-acre properties adjacent on the north side of Frescas Road. His property is the last property on that north end of the Frescas Road. There is no other properties beyond west of that other than the Rio Drain. There's the Rio Drain that borders their property. Petitioner intentions again is to subdivide the property once if approved to be rezoned. The last thing I remember with the hearing we had a trustee Cadena along with the other trustees postponed this decision or consideration and until maybe giving me an opportunity to do a little bit more research as far as the property. What are the options do we have? We understand that Mr. Caro's been here for many years. It is a culture here in Mesilla that, as the parents, as property owners get older, the inheritance for their families and their children to continue on the tradition. Unfortunately, there's a lot of families who don't have the means financially to buy, agricultural equipment, water, dig wells, and also the loss of interest to become the children to become farmers. So many of the reasons why he stated in the last meeting. So the staff findings and conclusions. One of the things, very first thing that I noticed, if you look at the property, that is I highlighted, is right next to the Del Rio drain. It is a common practice, or it's a good idea to form boundary lines for zoning when you have landmarks of such, like highways or in this instance a drain, a river, those types of things. So it really identifies where the boundary ends. That again, Mr. Carlos mentioned that he's the only one on that north side of Friskes Road that is not zone R1. Rural farm zone, another thing that the rural farm zone does allow. It does allow it for a guest house. It cannot be rented out as it stands right now in our code. There is a guest house, so there's a minimum of 600 square feet that's allowed. I don't think he can build his guest house for his daughter and his son to come in and move with them. But again, that's another option if it comes down to that. Currently, only one primary residence is allowed in the RF zone. We did, again, these are just all options and ideas. It doesn't necessarily mean they agree with all of them, but these are the options that we did mention in the last meeting, the possibility of maybe allowing a second primary residence on the property. The HR zone has something similar to that. It's not exactly the same. Obviously, they have their own zone and their own consideration, their own cases. But in the HR, you can build 2 primary residences on one property, providing you have the square footage, right? 8,000 square feet for each one. So the total of 16,000 square feet, you can put 2 primary residents. So again, it's just another idea. Currently, and that section is 1835-060. Being on population density. Cottage industry, the cottage industry allowed, so small manufacturing, another option for the RF zone. Probate laws, one of the things I really want to look at, one of the reasons why I agreed, I think it was a great idea to postpone, is I wanted to find out a little bit more about probate laws concerning inheritance properties, because I think it's happened before already. There's a few cases that I came across to where the property owner, as deceased now, has left some property to their family members through the probate laws, but didn't necessarily meet town code. And now you kind of get caught in limbo to where there's a lot of these. It's been more and more those kinds of cases has been coming up to the forefront, that these properties were inherited, but it never went through the process of being approved through the board, to the governing board. So now now what do we do? So we get caught with a lot of these parcels that are not conforming. But anyway, I wanted to double check that, and the probate laws do not supersede municipal code. I mean, they have the right to subdivide, but they do have to subdivide with the understanding that they need to meet municipal code after that. So they want to subdivide more of a property rights than a proper municipal code. I mean, they can still subdivide it, but doesn't mean that we're supposed to allow them to build a house or something like that. So anyway, I wanted to check that because there were some cases that that was questioned. Also, New Mexico NMSU has some classes. There's actually some means of being able to understand farming a little bit more. Something interesting this last week when I went up to Albuquerque, and it was an infrastructure conference, and I found it very interesting because the topics of most of those training classes or those events was water, infrastructure, water. Today, Ms. Clacius was talking about how much water we don't have. Can we sustain the growth and those kinds of things? And back in the day when Mesilla was, agricultural greenbelt was booming, the river was flowing nonstop, so the water was abundant then. So now, the more and more we're losing water, a lot of the farmers are still flooding, not as much, but I mean, there was a study that was shown in Albuquerque in 2020 that was made. New Mexico's total water usage, and 80% of the total water uses are used up by farmers. So that kind of leads me to what I'm getting at. I know I'm kind of like stretching this out a little bit. What I'm getting at is a lot of these farmers don't have the means, but I mean, technology has changed to where there are some other methods of watering rather than flood irrigation that can help preserve some of our waters. So NMSU, and I did talk to the mayor about this, I do want to start taking, or at least meet people out to some contacts where maybe I can bring some of that information back and assist some of these farmers, maybe to be able to help them with the irrigation part of it. We talked about overlays. There's another idea. Again, I'm not always agreeing with everything on these options, but I was asked to bring all the options to the tables, and that's what I'm bringing. The agricultural RF zone right now requires a minimum of 5 acres. The opportunity, or actually the overlay, will allow land to build a primary residence on 1 acre, but still it needs to be accessible to agriculture. So that will still maintain, the green belt in the sense. That's another option. The last one is variances. There's always that variance, an exception to the rule, right? As long as you provide hardship and such, there's always the variances. One of the things we talk about a lot in the Mexico League of planning and zoning officials is if there are a lot of cases where residents are coming up and making requests for variances, then we need to look at our code, right? We all know that we haven't updated our code in a very long time. And I understand that Greenbelt is probably one of the top 2 priorities. But at the same time, how are we going to help farmers? How are we going to help these people do that? We don't have a plan yet. And I think in the near future, I'm hoping I can bring some ideas. But as of now, we have a case that we need to make a decision on, right, or consideration. So with that, I invite Mr. Kyle to come up and he can add on to anything I might have missed. They have a packet. Which map do you?
I just wanted to mention, just so they can be sure of it.
Sure.
First of all, what he mentioned was the fact that, okay, I'm right here, and coming down, I did all the way down to Snow Road. All of these are vacant lots, most of them. Okay, there's a house here, and there's some houses with this, with whatever, and one's being built right here, right now. And of all of these, they're all R1. I'm the only one back here that's left is RF. And I've always had after they've taken away from the right of way on the river drain, then I'm left with 4.36 acres. And so that's what I've had. But now, since my daughter got back from service, she was asking if she could get a piece of land so she could build on. She put 6 years in the Navy. I'm also a Vietnam veteran. And I feel that she was, willing to be willing to take a risk of, going out and serve a country that maybe a country could help her out by allowing her to build there. And, we haven't had any water to irrigate with the whole time I've been there. Everybody down this way, also, all those lands to be vacant. Nobody has planted on there because we started having droughts and whatnot, and they started taking away the water. It used to be on the acequias. It used to be year round, and then they started giving us the water more like June or July, taking away. But June or July, when they give you the water, the planting season is already over. So we can build, we can plant anything, and the only ones now that plant are the ones that have big old water pumps. Over here, I don't have access to it, and I was being told by the people from Alpha Butte District, okay, next year or 2 years, they're not going to give the water to nobody either. So, I've never been a farmer before me, before I had a full farmer. None of these people are farmers. And, so I like to be able to utilize it. And, it would also help the town because now they have some more houses to service with the utilities and everything else. So, you please, when you look at this, take into consideration, that we've been here all our lives. I've been friends with you forever. And I like to be able to keep my family and my kids close to me. So now I'm looking to see maybe I could be able to get a rezone so I can be right for my son and my daughter. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Trustees, questions? Or comments?
I have a question for Eddie. Did you, when you sent out the notifications for the rezoning, did you receive any responses?
None.
So I have the same problems as I did with this case and same concerns rather that I did with this case in 2019. And it was regarding the maps. So on page 71 of the board packet under number 3, where it states, page 117, description of request, the 14-acre strip of land to the east of Mr. Cotto's property does not consist of primarily 1-acre parcels. It consists of 3 parcels, a 5-acre, a 4 acres, and a 5-acre piece. No subdivision of the 14 acres has been approved by the town of Mesilla. R1 zoning has a minimum lot size of 1 acre. However, no maximum lot size is set in the R1 zoning. Mr. Cotto's property has never been considered a part of this 14-acre strip. There is a significant bench separating his property from the last property in the 14 acres. So he doesn't even join them. Number 5, paragraph 6 in description of requests, there are no DAC, which is Doñana County maps, that show 1-acre lots for this area. Mr. Larry Underwood created 2 surveys, one showing the 14 acres divided into 7 2-acre lots, and one showing the 14 acres divided into 1-acre lots. Neither survey is signed or recorded in either the county or the town of Mesilla. So when I questioned it, when it came to the trustees, I asked how the county can recognize these parcels if they have not gone through the town of Mesilla's process. So that was a concern. The other concern was that the Fresquez family did not go through the process with the town in the 1980s. They went to the county. So we didn't have it. So there were a lot of issues with the maps. There was talk, that's why it's RF, for our green belt, to protect the green belt, which is, RF is our ordinance. I didn't vote for the winery, the commercial business in the RF zone. I did not support the V Hill property. And I did not support a vote for the most recent Fresquez property subdivide. I believe that this could possibly be the beginning of the erosion of the greenbelt. And I know prior to this case in 2019, we had denied other cases that were similar and wanted the same thing. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a comment. When my name's Aurelia Caro. When my dad is explaining and showing the map, it's very clear the points that he made. And so when you were talking about why you had an issue with approving it last time, you brought up some, I
I don't understand, like I'm very visual, so I want to understand what point you're trying to make. But if you take the time to drive down the road, the Frescas Road, it's named now, you can't see that from Snow Road. It goes all the way down half a mile. Okay. And so I don't, when you say it affects the green belt, there is no visual affectation. There's nothing there to see unless you drive down that private road. So I don't see the issue. And I would like to know more. Like, I want to see the visual that you're talking about. Do you have pictures of what you're?
Maps for the last time that were causing legal concerns and legal challenges that could have been presented. And I greatly appreciate what you're inputting. I do appreciate that and I respect that.
Okay.
One more thing. Along the same map that we had there before, I also want to point out that Mesilla, when we were doing our last comprehensive plan, when I was here, they did take into consideration for future growth down the road. They went ahead, they closed the loop, water to the road and across by Frescas property to connect with Arcaya del Norte and to have a good water pressure. And in doing so, after having been through the comprehensive plan and stuff, they decided to go ahead and put those all the way from the end of the road down there, like every 200 feet, they put fire hydrants. Fire department should know that we have fire hydrants up there. So they got it. And now one of the Frescas girls, right on that property, but right where it goes over right by Susan Kruger, but anyway, either way, but it's going down like 3/4 of the way up. She's already got a foundation. She got approved like a month ago to put a house there. And like I said, water hydrants go all the way around, all the way to the last Frescas property. So I see no reason why. Know that I've always wanted to have a and everything else, and I think Mesilla has always been good, and we've put a rein on it. I was here on the board of trustees for 28 years, so I know I went through all this before. The thing is, you got to keep into consideration that growth is inevitable, and we little by little, we have to start letting go and stuff, especially in stuff like that where the land hasn't been utilized at all. It's been vacant. It hasn't been used for farming, nothing, and now, and we keep talking about wanting to keep our kids, in the town, keeping them from moving out and whatnot. Well, I got my daughter and my son who would like to stay here. She just got out of the Navy and she wants to have a place to be here in Mesilla. Also, she can't afford to go buy or whatever. I get the land there is not being used, so why not allow her to build on it? And the thing is, we get the drain. The property is right here. The real drain is separates from the other side where people do have pecan trees between the and the river and whatnot. But all this, and you said that I'm not adjacent to the property. I am. I'm right there. Rudy Frescas is my border on one side, and the rest of the property is all Frescas. And all that has been notated on there as being already subdivided to R1. Whether you're saying it wasn't done by the county or whatever, it shows it on some of these maps. And so, I've gone through this before. And the bad thing about it is you put in for a request, whether you get it or not, you still got to pay that $360 or whatever. And I don't think that's right that we who have paid for years, we tighten our belts stuff to be able to pay for the piece of land and whatnot. And then now, when we're ready to use it, it's our land. The place should we be able to use it for, especially when it's not being used. It has nothing to do with the green belt, whatever you're talking about. There's nothing there on that strip, and I don't see why it shouldn't be allowed. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
And I do, Mr. Cotto, I do agree that, the property owners should have the right. But I just also still have my concerns and hesitant.
Any other comments or questions?
One last comment.
What did we do with the Vigil property? I mean, I voted no on that, but was it a rezone too?
Mm-hmm. And then he came back in to subdivide it.
So it went from RF to R1. Okay,
Yeah. RA to R1.
all right. Yeah, it was a little. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, one last comment, and like trustee Johnson Burek mentioned, Prescott Road, there's no record, and I wasn't here, I can't, there's no record of all those properties, 14 acres, been approved through Mesilla as a forced subdivision. But there is record with the minutes in Mesilla 1980 that it was approved through the Board of Trustees, a rezone to R1. And in those minutes, there was mentioned that for the reason of the request to rezone is for Mr. Fresquez to leave these properties to his family. And they were going to subdivide. That's as far as I was able to find any records to as far as those properties and those. But yes, they're the only one that has come in and done the subdivision request was the one that recently requested to build a home there.
Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Are there any other comments or questions? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevadas for approval of Resolution 2025-62. Laura, if you can have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick? Trustee Nevares?
Yes.
Trustee Cadena?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, Trustee Johnson Burek? No. Mayor Robles, 3 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you for approval of Resolution 2025-62. Next item on the agenda, new business.
Can I just mention something real quick? I thank you. Really thank you. And it's a good thank you. Now that Veterans Day will be here tomorrow, a good thank you to me, my daughter. Not only that, tomorrow Veterans Day happens to be my dad's birthday. He also served in World War II. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotto. Next item on the agenda under new business, item B, discussion for the Mojack Supreme Court ruling and our next steps. And this is discussion only. You have Mr. Cabello here as well. Let me see. I'm on the wrong one though. This one. In this, as it's noted, we did receive, and it is in your packet, the Supreme Court ruling. Following the process through state statute for reviewing the court, municipal court that is, and possible dissolution. And we did follow the process. We created the ordinance, and the packet was sent to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court reviewed the process as well as the information and ruled in favor of the ordinance 5-0 with all Supreme Court justices agreeing with the Mesilla Municipal Court being dissolved. So that will be effective per the ordinance at the end of this calendar year on December 31st, 2025. And so I do have Mr. Cabello here to also answer questions and to go through. And this is a discussion as well, because in this, some questions still are arising per se. We have already started previously in a couple of months ago, sending all criminal cases to municipal court. So those have already been going over there. The other civil cases have primarily been heard here, unless they're specific within our code presently that they could be heard within magistrate court. We do in the notice to dissolve, which the department has been notified on that and going through that. The court clerk is presently going through and going through the current cases that are to be heard. There's about a dozen of them. And then there's court bonds and some bench warrants that do need to be reconciled and taken care of. And those will be taken care of by the end of the year, end of the fiscal year, by either having them transferred to magistrate court, heard completely within our municipal court between now and then, to close that out, or they will be dismissed, one or the other, or one of three. In our discussion in the previous, and as part of the ordinance, and in that is the review of because our codes are very unique to our town, and in particular our historic preservation codes, and to that. So it was a recommendation to look at the review of an ordinance update to include a nuisance and a hearing examiner to hear a nuisance ordinance update, as well as the hearing examiner added in within that, as it has been done in other municipalities across the state. So we will start that through the process. And then, I mean, Mr. Cabello can get up and talk as well, but I did, in talking with or speaking with the attorneys, I do want to note that following state statute, after the first of the year, we will have 5 days to send our codes to the AOC as well as to the magistrate court with the codes that they will be hearing. It was recommended by the attorneys that we send the entire code over to the magistrate court, and then we still implement the cases to be heard here, or the hearing officer or examiner to hear certain cases here, but to have that ability and the arm. That way, if we have complex cases that are too complex, that the hearing examiner doesn't feel comfortable with, or whatever other direction that may need to go, it can be heard within the magistrate court. So that's kind of where we're at presently with this. Are there questions? I do want to note as well, which you'll have in the next meeting's packet, the budget from the last month, in review of all of this. The municipal court is already over budget on attorney's fees for the fiscal year. Taking out of the executive fund right now to balance that out. So we will be reviewing that as well as a whole. And we're not even 6 months in on this, and we're already that line item's been expended. So I do want to point that out. So we will review that as in addition in the future. Are there any questions? Or any further discussion?
Okay, there was the discussion about having a hearing officer for the code violations, correct?
To hear certain, and that's the direction in that is the code, the hearing examiner would be hearing codes related cases. So primarily.
Primarily.
Yeah. They could also, we could also have them hear certain civil, such as traffic violations if we wanted to, but those can also be heard within the magistrate court with a simple change in the ordinance. Correct?
Correct, is that, yeah.
So, the Mayor, Board, the traffic cases are actually criminal matters. So they would just be, if you want to do, I guess you could do a hearing officer, hire one, except that would probably be, I'm assuming, majority of your cases. I mean, it would be just a large number of, officer prosecute cases. I imagine I don't know what the volume is like, but it's per month. I imagine it's quite a few. I'm not sure if economically that'd be the most feasible way to handle those cases, but that's a decision for all of you.
I think it's civil cases, I mean, code violations, civil kinds of things that we're looking for a hearing examiner on versus.
And it's going to be all the nuisances.
Yes.
And that's why it's an update in the nuisance section of the ordinance. In
Yes,
particular.
so I mean, I think that, my view is that we definitely go in that direction. Because I think it would be hard for the magistrate court to decipher all of that, especially with us being so specific and getting more specific and updating our code as we want to, as we plan to better suit the town and the residents. So I really think that would be a good consideration of ours to have in the, and what that looks like and who that would be and who that person would report to, and all those things needs to be ironed out, right? Just a job description basically, or if it can be incorporated to a person that already exists. Is that what you were thinking about?
It's a possibility. That's once we get the ordinance done and move through the process, then we'll review what that looks like.
Okay.
So.
Do any of the other trustees have a thought about that? About keeping the code violations and those kinds of things in town?
I think keeping the code violations in town is good, especially just having someone with that knowledge, since our code is so unique.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And wasn't that the original
Yeah,
discussion?
yes,
That's what we're
Yes.
talking about, but we're not talking about it today until later.
Yes.
So we need
No,
to
no,
just
I-
making sure.
yeah.
Just making sure that that was what our consensus was at the time.
Yes, it was, and yeah.
And so I think, we want to pursue that.
Right.
That's kind of what the discussion, I
Mhm.
think that's what we wanted to kind of.
For that
since-
part, it's
for
a
that
discussion
part.
about the
Yeah.
whole process now moving forward.
This has been, we really couldn't move forward on anything until this was approved. So now this is approved, and now we got to discuss how we divide that. But I think only those kinds of things would be heard here. Otherwise, we just need to move everything.
Yeah, because I know going over to those cases weren't in abundance. It was a
Right.
smaller amount.
Because we're taking care of them at the code level. Yeah. So that was very low too, so that, that's why there could be an incorporation of that position to a current position. So we really need to drive down on that and see what that would really entail.
The hearing examiner, and Mr. Cabello, you probably answer this better. It's probably better to not have it incorporated into a position within the town. It probably needs to be somebody that has a legal background.
Yeah, so the mayor,
Judge or a lawyer.
mayor, board of trustees, it would be like if you were hiring an attorney to be a hearing officer for an employee disciplinary issue, some sort of a lot of times, towns will hire an attorney just for have the hearing over the grievance process of that. And it won't be a position within the actual city because it's an independent person to make, both sides will make, put their best case on, at least, that's the idea. And then the hearing officer would make a decision about, whatever testimony as to who's right.
Okay, well, when this came about, I think that some municipalities have actually had them on staff. But I like this idea better, especially with, once we know, that the number's not great, we don't want to switch. you know, we know that that statute was written specifically for small municipalities like ours and has
Yeah.
changed over time since because we all looked at it
Yeah.
a number of times. And most recently updated that it was to have the ability of not having all that money spent.
Yeah.
In a small municipality with a large municipality right next to it that could more readily absorb all those costs.
Yeah.
And that our money is better spent on infrastructure or more police or more fire or whatever than on court costs. So that, to me, in a nutshell, is the incentive for that statute to have been written and then considered by small municipalities, which we did, which were there. So it would be silly of us to then incur a lot of expense on those future possibilities.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So we want to get some data as to how many we potentially have and how much it would cost us to have an attorney on call per se, or on contract or something like that. Don't you think? Or am I misunderstanding this whole situation?
So Mayor Trustee, I mean, you would certainly want to have an idea of the cost of an attorney. We had from the court and during the hearings, we had like 2 or 3 codes cases the whole year.
Right.
So, I mean, having a hearing officer, again, you'd hire them, you know, then there are a bunch of attorneys can do that sort of work. And I work as a hearing officer for various other entities for different types of things. I'm not related to codes. But, you know, they hire you, you get like maybe a few weeks to prepare, maybe a week, depending on what it is. And then, you know, whatever the process is, meaning like if there's some sort of process where there's actual live testimony, or if there's just written, you know, you're looking at evidence of documents, of like position papers, and then look at the evidence of the sides present. Then you make decisions based off that. And you make a little written, you know, decision based off of that. That again, I don't think that the hiring the attorney would be that much of a high cost. It just depends on what hourly rate they're charging you. Various attorneys.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I mean, we know there's only been 2 or 3 cases. We know that the whole purpose of this statute and the whole purpose that we passed it was really because of exorbitant charges, court charges, and most of those were attorney driven, from what I could see from the budget when I looked at it. So I'm just trying to get my own head in layman's terms, because I'm not familiar with all of it. That's our goal, that we avoid that, you know, at all costs.
No, I understand.
And I think the neutrality of a person is important. And I know that the bigger municipalities, I mean, I don't know, I know somebody brought up the example of having our own hearing officer, which doesn't seem feasible for 2 or 3 cases a year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, Mayor Trustee Cadena, I mean, the exact opposite of that would be Albuquerque. You have a separate building they have, and they're just hearing officers for various types of things, from like traffic things and, you know, forfeiture stuff and codes violation. It literally is just this whole subsection department, and it's like 6 stories or something like. I mean, it's its own like machine. It's probably as big as this government or more. But you know, here you'd hire an attorney, you know, independent attorney, separate. They'd only have like whatever testimony there is, depending on the type of like codes case it is. Let's say if it's like a lot of cases seem to be here. Okay, at least from what I've seen, the few cases I've seen, it's either somebody's not complying with like an ordinance about a license, this is what it allows them to do. You know, the type of business that they're allowed to do in a certain area, or they're just literally, it's like overgrown weeds. They haven't maintained their property like they're supposed to. I mean, well, those cases are generally pretty simple. I mean, it shouldn't take hours and hours. I mean, maybe, and I say that, and I know that the attorneys can be long-winded. I'm certainly like that. I get it. And I mean, I've seen DUI cases like that should be real simple. Like the DUI itself, like arrest is like maybe it takes like 2 hours, and the trial for it ends up being like 6. I've seen that. I'm being honest here, but I mean, even at something like that, you're talking about a code case should be like 3 hours at the most. I mean, it really shouldn't be that long. Okay. I'm just saying, I mean, I'm a prosecutor. I'm the one that has to present the case. It shouldn't be that long to present most of the cases, code cases are going to be relatively very simple. And what I'm trying to say is that, like, by meaning that, I'm saying is it shouldn't take that long. So whatever attorney you hire, it shouldn't be like you're spending hours and hours, 20 hours for, whatever hourly rate they're charging to handle the case, a weeds case.
Two clarifications on that too. Is that it cannot be our present town attorney
I get
that serves
that.
as the hearing officer. But I also think that because of the number of cases and reviewing this, just as it's been mentioned, is that it would be an on-call contract that would be suggested through the ordinance and through review of this hearing officer.
Well, I just kind of wanted to get clarification. I mean, what I'm hearing now is hearing officer is just a title which we would contract an attorney to do on these cases. I just need to get my head around the whole thing.
Or a judge.
Or a judge, or whoever, but it would be an independent person on call.
Yes, it would be a full-time position.
Right, and it's nobody that's affiliated or associated with the town.
And that'll be a separate line item budget, line item as we move forward. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda under new business, item C, approval for the fire department battalion chief job description, position / salary.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, second by Trustee Nevadas. I'll let you. We did discuss this in our last meeting and the reason behind it. But if you can recap, because I know not everybody was present, so I think it's good that we touch on everything.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor. I don't want to hold everybody up, but just a brief recap.
Sure. So the driving force behind this is the succession planning. If I got hit by a bus tomorrow, Cole Morris would not be able to apply. He has no chief experience. And that was the plan, is to help build him to that. Whether he applies or not, it's a whole different thing. So you would have to apply you'd have to open it for somebody for outside to take my spot. So he's already been working this capacity. He's been owning the position that he's in. So initially when I presented it to the mayor, I just wanted to promote him. I'm like, just give him a new badge, a new helmet. And then with the discussions with the board of trustees, they offered, hey, we should try and pay him more. And I agree, but I didn't think we had the money. So that's why I didn't ask. But that's the gist of it.
So the job description, the duties, the qualifications, the requirements, et cetera, everything was changed to fit this position.
Maybe I copied what he's already doing and just changed the title.
Okay. Okay.
That made that a lot easier because he's already doing all of that work. And we can eventually change that captain position if we're going to end up hiring somebody down the road and bring it down a little bit.
So my initial concern was the fact that this was a new job description, et cetera, and we had an incumbent doing the position and we didn't open it up to interview for it to make it fair, equitable to others, so that we did not cross a legal liability. But then I thought, no, I need to look at it as a reclass. So it's more of a reclass. The kind of concerns I have is, again, we have for the classification, part-time to full-time. It needs to be one or the other. It has to be one or the other. And I see this more as an exempt position because he's supervising,
And he is exempt right now.
okay, because this says non-exempt.
No, he's a salaried employee.
Yeah,
He and I are salaried. The other two are hourly. So I don't know what happened
yeah.
there. So
Okay, so that's that was my concern is under an FLSA classification, it probably needs to be exempt. So it's just a typo.
correct.
Okay, thank you. But we do need to adjust the part-time, full-time stuff.
It's definitely not part-time.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was, so that's another, just something we need to correct, typo kind of thing.
I wish it was part-time. Wait,
Okay,
that inside voice.
You answered all my questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anybody else? I know my wife was here the last time, but she had a pretty good grasp of what we wanted to share, so.
A motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Nevadas. Gloria, if you can roll call, please.
Trustee Johnson Burek,
Yes.
Trustee Nevadas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yeses.
Thank you very much for approval of the Fire Department Battalion Chief job description with the changes as noted to be changed.
Thank you, and we snuck it in while he was out on that call because he still doesn't know.
And then next item on the agenda, item 8D is approval of the personnel designation for Battalion Chief.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Cadena. And just to cover that, as it was renoted before, this is a reclassification personnel designation for Mr. Cole Morris to be in this position. Is there any questions on that? Seeing as there are none, Laura, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Trustee Nevadas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson Burek,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yeses.
Thank you very much for approval of the personnel designation for our battalion chief position.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, under new business, item E, approval of resolution 2025-63 for CLG code amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. Do you want to give it back? So this is, we did some code amendments already for our CLG application, certified local government application before, but with the new SHPO in place, there's a few more, and with the person that who's the new SHPO that Liana's been working with, there were some other requests and updates in code specifically as it pertains to code amendments. So that's exactly what you have here is the Planning and Zoning Commission resolution for the necessary amendments to our Mesilla Town Code for that. So are there any questions? Seeing as there are none, Lori, with motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, second by Trustee Johnson Burek.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick,
Yes.
Trustee Nevadas,
Yes.
Trustee Johnson Burek,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yeses.
Great. Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2025-63 for our CLG code amendments. This will be coming to the Board of Trustees as well as a previous resolution as a Board of Trustees resolution at the next meeting for adoption on that. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2025-67 for the Colonias Infrastructure Emergency Funding Application.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. So this is the Colonias Infrastructure Board opened up their emergency funding application. And while it's not necessarily an emergency, because we do have water well, one that is inoperable presently, this does give us the opportunity, if we do get this funded, to receive the funding by the middle to the end of January or December to get this project completed. With that in mind, the water well, I do want to point out that the water well application that we did submit for the Water Trust Board has started moving through the process, and so that one is going as well. concurrently and made it through the first round, as well as the fire hydrant replacement program that we were applying for, made it through the first round of that. But that funding does not hit until after the session has been completed. So that's why the water well in specific, I think that if we can get the funding and get that taken care of right now through our Colonias application and through this emergency funding, that's the application that I would like to formally request that we submit to the Colonias Infrastructure Board. This will have a 5% match potential once we go through there, just completely open on that. But there is also a match waiver that we will be applying for through that. The total cost of that project was $120,000 after engineering services being included. Any questions? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Johnson Burek. If I can have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Trustee Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yeas.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2025-67 for our Colonias Infrastructure Emergency Funding application. Next item on the agenda is public input. If there's any public input this evening. Okay. More public input.
Hi, my name is Greg Lester, 2557 Calle de Parion. Boy, the pitchforks were out tonight, and I just want to say I think you guys are great. The transparency is way better than the last administration by far. So I'm very happy to have you as a board of trustees. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing as there is none, we'll move on to our next item. Item number 10, close executive session for discussion concerning limited personnel matters pursuant with NMSA 1978, Section 1015 1H2 concerning our Public Works Department. We can have a motion on the floor.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Johnson Burek, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick. And if there is no objection or discussion, the board will exit into executive closed session. And the time is now 8:34, and we will be going into executive closed session, and we'll return shortly.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is yours? Oh, yeah. Congratulations.
I should know.
Thank you, thank you. I'm so
No, I went to that.
Well, we were having Wi-Fi issues today. Wi-Fi. Also, I figured it's going into the.
So you have to be connected to the boosters.
Yeah.
You can't do anything with it, but you need to do something with it.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
That's why I didn't see it.
What did you have?
I just yeah. That's why you go here.
It's easier. We've been here 9 years. Yes,
You know, we were here, but we just heard that story.
Yes, that's right. We'll get on, Burger. To the valley of 1957. Nice to meet you. So you guys took that as a pleasure. Sure. I won't leave you. Unless I actually have to.
Actually, you can, so.
Awesome. Better by call or text?
Text.
Text, is that easier? Okay. I can do that. I can do that. No. If I just have a question or, as you know, case law is always changing, so.
Yeah, and if not, I don't know, I'm gonna play.
Right, I appreciate it.
That's right.
Was the water, what was it? Water.
For Arbor 38.
It's not horrible.
Water to get as well.
I was interested
No,
last
Cascade, yeah, on the
I was
website.
Last week, they had like.
It's not the end of the world. I was giving a code.
I heard her.
I needed to get in. But I don't know. I was gonna get in. I was
Yeah.
I just, yeah, I don't know, I tried to teach you, yeah, it's not working out.
Oh, yeah. So, it's like, oh, what is it, like, romance, you don't get to see that much. So you haven't seen me, because I was coming.
All right.
Like, if you know.
Producer Mark?
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Your presentation was great. As soon as I started talking, everybody got up and left. I saw that. It was awesome. It was just, no, I mean, as soon as okay, she's gonna give a presentation, everybody gets up and leave. It's only 10 slides. Oh, she knows.
Yeah.
She knows all. Yeah, I was looking at the notes. I grabbed all your gear. You got the station.
Yeah,
I mean, well, I was coming in for the end of
It's awesome. Dust and freeze.
I can hear the tones of the paper go off. In the meeting.
Did say, beginning of that.
Where's that? It was supposed to freeze last night, but it didn't freeze. It was awesome.
This whole thing.
I'd say it's gonna work. So that's. Well, what about the east, what do we call east?
Yeah.
At least it is, it's not at the same time.
I'm just sitting up on a, yeah.
So it's really loud now?
Test. Yeah.
You saw me in the box. But it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone who's gonna set me up, but that's something else.
It's hard to do. That's one information. Yeah. I never know.
She was good. Years ago.
Those are only calls that they get sent to. Okay. Well, is that all it is?
I mean, it's just one of those things that. It's a memory. Well, and then you were talking. Then how did this happen? I don't know what, yeah, she was.
They don't tell you what you walk into. Okay. Yeah.
All this and
stir that pot. Stir it up.
I feel like bagel blues. Like your neighbors know that.
Sure. I mean, that wasn't.
You still didn't. This is all.
Yeah, because that was-
Yes, I have, but why are those things?
Right.
Because I think it's the only areas that could be. They
So, yeah, I'll be over Wednesday through. I'll be here tonight.
Well, I texted her.
No, yeah. Something else that we can. That's all.
Where'd that guy come from? He wasn't here earlier. All right, the time is now 8:41 and we are returning from executive closed session where only those items discussed were the discussion concerning limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 1015(1) H2 concerning the Public Works Department. You can have a motion to exit executive closed session to return to our regularly scheduled meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, seconded by Trustee Cadena. And unless there is discussion or objection, the motion will carry as it has been presented. The time is now 8:42 and we are entering back into our regularly scheduled meeting. Item number 11A, actions concerning or any actions that may arise as a result of executive closed session concerning the Public Works Department. And we do have a request for a new hire for the Public Works Department.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Merrick, second by Trustee Cadena. The new hire is Mr. Ricardo Rodriguez, who went through the interview process as noted, but that hire is contingent upon a background check being completed. Is there any questions? Seeing as there are none, Laura, if you can do a roll call, please.
Trustee Cadena? Yes. Trustee Justin Bureau?
Yes.
Trustee Nevada?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Merrick?
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is for you.
Thank you very much for fulfilling more capacity within our Public Works Department with the hiring of another position. Next item on the agenda is item number 12, Board of Trustee Committee reports and liaison updates. Trustee Nevadas.
Okay, I attended the Taylor site opening on Friday evening, and it was a tremendous experience to go through the new museum. Quite a few people there. Also, there's as a South Central Regional Transportation Transportation District meeting on Wednesday. And do you still want me to attend that, or are you going to?
I have MPO at the same time.
So I should go.
Yes, sir.
Or attend.
If you're able to.
Yes, I already put it on my calendar. So. And I have comments, but I'll wait until number 13 then.
Great. Trustee Johnson Bjork.
MPO meeting this Wednesday at 1 p.m. at City Council Chambers.
Trustee Cadena.
I also attended the Taylor Mesilla Historic Site grand opening on Friday night and in the morning at 10 o'clock. It was a really good turnout and in the morning, and the public filed in there all day. It's just really, really going to be a beautiful thing for the town of Mesilla, the plaza, having a state site there, historic site there. They're going to have the nacimientos in December, which they've had for years and years. So it turned out really nice. I mean, the store that is associated with it, it made a ton of money, which is good because it just goes back to the education of, I mean, it'll help us support the site and also all the educational opportunities for it, like bus transportation for school kids and things like that. So that's going to be really great. It's off to a really good start, and I think we're going to have a lot of visitors through there. There's also a meeting of the Friends this Wednesday that I'll be attending and see what the next steps are for the historic site. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Cadena. Mayor Pro Tem.
I also have MPO on Wednesday at 1 p.m. And then I also went to the Taylor opening, well, the pre-opening to the main opening. There was a lot of work that went into it, from cultural affairs to our state representatives. It took a lot to get that going, and it was really nice to hear Mary Helen talk about how important it is to their family and how much they've done and everything they've contributed to the town of Mesilla and continue to contribute to the town of Mesilla. So it was really nice to see the community get together and enjoy everything that they've shared with us. What else? I think that's all of my liaison stuff. Yep.
Don't look at my list, okay? It's more for comments afterwards, all right? MPO on Wednesday, as it's been mentioned, and I get to chair because the chairman is out. So, and it will be, just heads up, members, if you haven't seen the agenda, it is a little bit longer of an agenda. So be ready for that. And then on Thursday, we do have a Southwest Council of Governments Legislative Forum update where we will be doing our ICIP presentations to our legislators and moving forward with those that are in the top three there. Well, we'll focus on the top three and really look at the top five overall. Brianna's going to go with me to that, and it's open to any of you all if you want to go as well. It starts at 1 o'clock, and it will be at the DACC Workforce Center on Nevada, if you're interested in that. And then next Tuesday, I do have an MPO bylaws meeting, and then there's all the stuff for PARS. I did help out with the I was also there for the legislative night or dignitary night. I shouldn't say legislative, for the dignitary night for the opening on Friday night for the monument, which was an awesome gathering. And then just seeing the residents and the community and just everybody on Saturday morning coming together with that. And, you know, that we have such a great and loving community that we did an awesome job. So thank you to everybody on that. It's great to see that line around that building for almost a good part of that day. And with that, that's all on that side. So,
Mayor?
yes.
I guess I should say that I was there too.
Yeah, I was gonna say because we were all we were all there. So it's a big thing for our community. So not many small communities like ours can tout that we have 2 historic sites. So it's a pretty awesome thing to have in here. So moving forward, item number 13, Board of Trustees and staff comments. We have the Marshal's Department. You're always up first.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Oh, where to begin? Halloween went good. Myself and Sergeant Hernandez figured out 4 bags of candy were not enough. I think we were out of it in like an hour. Big turnout as always on Capri. McDowell Fire Department was out there in force, so it was a good night. Myself and Lieutenant Diaz were in Ruidoso last week for the 30th annual law enforcement conference. Probably one of the better ones I've been to since I've been attending. They had really good speakers. Had a lawyer for First Amendment auditors that really touched a lot. And I think every town employee would benefit from a training from him. So myself and Interim Chief Donovan from NMSU are going to look at getting him here for training for both our department in the town and then NMSU. Went over some IPRA changes and the common mistakes of IPRA, which was good. All around good conference, good mingling. What else? I know a couple residents had mentioned the issue we have at the curve, the corner at Cayo El Paso and Avenida. I've been in contact with the mayor. We're going to hopefully set up a meeting with New Mexico DOT to see what we can do there. Unfortunately, I can't control how fast people go, drink, drugs, anything like that. This one did do a lot more damage than the other one, unfortunately. I don't know what we could put up there to mitigate that without opening ourselves up to any litigation for what we do. I think the good one on the second one was seatbelts do save lives. If you saw the picture of the car or the aftermath, you would think we would have had a second fatality. I wish everyone else had stayed for this second part. I always get it. It's always been that we're not visible. We don't do our jobs. We don't do anything like that. We're a department of 9 to include myself. I'm Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. I go out and work graveyards when my graveyard's short. I worked a 17-hour shift on Halloween. I did 8 hours in the office and stayed out with the sergeant until 1:30, just making sure El Patio didn't get any rowdy or DASO or sheriffs didn't need our help or anything like that. I've gone out and worked multiple graveyard shifts after 8 hours in the office. My sergeant works long hours. All of them work long hours. Unfortunately, being such a small department, all my deputies and supervisors wear multiple hats. There are way too many meetings for myself to attend. So Lieutenant Diaz attends, Sergeant Hernandez attends, deputies attend if need be. The lieutenant and sergeant review body cam footage, review reports, review use of force. They help me with IPRA because we're getting bombarded with IPRA requests. All while working shift. My sergeant works a 12-hour shift, swing shift. My lieutenant works 12 hours day shift, 7 days every 2 weeks. In a perfect world, in a perfect town budget, I would love to have 2 people per shift to where me and my lieutenant could be Monday through Friday, and I'd still have 2 day shift, 2 SROs, 2 swings, 2 graves. We do have the SROs out to assist when need be, but we don't use them very often because pulling them out of the school would jeopardize our contract with the school district. And not to mention my SROs are getting bombarded just as bad as we are. My SRO at Zia is averaging 6 or 7 reports a day. And it's not minor stuff. It's fights, it's vapes, it's drugs, it's all sorts of stuff. Same thing at the high school. So I get it. We may not be seen, but that's also what law enforcement does. My guys don't pick an area to start on their first shift and then finish at a certain area every day because criminals, that's how you establish patterns and criminals pay attention to that. So if they know I'm gonna be over here at 1 o'clock, they're gonna be over here at 1 o'clock doing what they do. So we're sporadic. We hit everything we can, and we respond to all medical calls, fire calls, along with the fire department. We try to be out there as much as we can. Once I get my unit outfitted, I will be out there again. For the ones that don't know, we have destroyer gray Durangos. I feel like they're visible. I don't know if they're or not. I get the speeding on Norte. I agree. It's a NASCAR racetrack. Unfortunately, the multi-purpose walking path cut off where we usually hide. I back in right there at Patsy's house and along the fence. People coming eastbound wouldn't see me. People coming westbound didn't care if they see me. I'd have a turnaround. I could get them. Unfortunately, now they're a giant curb. We'd mutilate our units. Mr. Lowry, I talked to him outside. He offered his driveway if we want to run ops. I'll get with the Clay Schultz on Paisano. It's better if they don't see us there. I can stand by a tree and run LiDAR, and I can have my other guys hiding behind a bush or a tree. That's how we get it. That also requires overtime because I have to pay them to come in, which I'm fine doing. They're fine doing. It's just looking out for the budget as well. But thankfully, like the mayor said, we're fully staffed. One of the new ones is here, Manny Sanchez. He's my new graveyard guy. I have Katrina Ornelas on swing shift. They're pretty much good to go on their own. They come with 10 plus years of experience, active experience. So, yeah, I wish I could get more. I really do, but we make do with what we have. And I feel like we're doing a really good job. If there's any concerns, I'm at the office Monday through Friday, email. I don't have a town phone yet, so I'm not going to give out my phone number like Fire Chief did. It's good for him. But yeah, we're out there. And then I know there's problems with MRVDA calling Central Dispatch, the non-emergency number. I've heard it over and over and over. Unfortunately, I have no control over that, but I do sit on the MRVDA board, and unfortunately, they are hurting for people more than we are and other agencies around. I think the last board meeting, they were at 66%. And that was with a big group of call takers. Their dispatchers are working round the clock. So I beg people, system, there's some hiccups that they're still going through, but, and you know it's not an emergency, call 911. The quicker we know, the quicker we'll get out there. Same thing if you, to Ms. Clay Schultz, if you see a suspicious person, call. There's suspicious people calls, suspicious activity calls, trespassing calls, call. Just because we hear about it after the fact, we can't really do anything. I think I know who she's talking about, but you got to call. If we don't get calls or we don't hear about it, we can't do anything about it. So I stand for any questions, concerns, lashings.
The individual that was brought up, they are homeless.
No, if it's the one I'm thinking about, he rents a room at the house on Norte and Calle Huertos. We've checked out with him multiple times. We've had calls on him. He's clean, record-wise. For the most part, he rolls around, picks up cigarette butts.
He just walks through town.
Yeah. Usually he's
sure if he was,
no.
where he was.
Usually he's on Norte. Usually he'll cut up over here. He loves the plaza area. There really haven't been any major complaints on him, but if he's on people's property, looking through windows, looking through cars, that's when you get us involved. We try to nip the transient population that come through here. The Mesoneros are very good at calling us for those guys. We check out with them. If they're not doing anything illegal, of course, we can't do anything. We do advise them there's no camping, no overnight stays, no anything like that. They start doing that, then that's when we get involved. So.
Any other questions, trustees?
Thank you.
Thank you. You're up. No?
Me?
Yeah.
Mayor and Board of Trustees, it's been a very busy couple of months. So I just wanted to share 2 months ago, as AMR was going out, our call volume hit 89 calls for the month, which was a record. Before that, we had a couple of 88s and 85s, but 4 years ago, we were doing 40 calls a month. Last month, we had 122, and more than half of those were transports. This month, we are already at 59 calls, and it is the 10th. And half of those are transports. So it's been very busy. And we've had, you'll notice a lot of the firefighters been through some very traumatic calls in the last 2 weeks. 4 deaths, 4 fatalities, and no, 5 fatalities, so 1 yesterday, and then some pretty bad accidents lately. So just keep them in your thoughts. On that thought, also, the marshals, when they are in something in Mesilla, they are there. They're all on our app, so they get notified if MIRVDA doesn't let them know. They get notified, and they're on the calls with us. So I know they're out. I know, and I count on them to show up. So I guess part of the reason people don't see them is they are in low-profile vehicles for a reason. So it's just a gray Dodge Durango driving around, as far as anybody knows. That's the point. So maybe that's why people don't see them. They're looking for bright yellow with lights and stuff, and that's fire trucks. So they're red, though. So anyway, it's been thank you for approving the battalion chief thing. That's going to help our continuity in the future. I'm not planning on leaving it anytime soon, but if something happened, right, we have that ability. And any questions?
Any questions, trustees?
No
I just
candles.
have a comment that kind of piggybacks off of Ben's deal. Is that I had the opportunity on Halloween to take my kids through the Mesilla Park area. It's our yearly tradition. Having a siren blown at me as I'm walking across the street.
Jumping in the middle of the street, sir.
Okay, I did jump out in front of your car intentionally, but it's good, and just to see our team out there really supporting the community is huge. So thank you all for everything you do. And I go down one street, the marshals are down one street. We hitchhike to the other street. We're not really hitchhike, but go around to the other street, and there's a fire truck at one end, a fire truck at the other one, and Sparky out there handing out candy too, so whoever's dressed in that Sparky suit, more power to him.
It was Raphael.
Was it?
Yes, sir. He wanted to wear Sparky. I'm like, okay, you go for it. I sweat it up when I'm in Sparky, so I won't.
It gets hot in those suits. But there's, if you've ever been in those communities during that time, there are a lot of people that travel through there. The fact that you all were driving through there, I don't know how you did that, but it's a challenge. I remember at one point, Sergeant, I think you jumped out of the car and started just handing candy out to everybody because it was easier than just trying to hand it through the car. So,
And
it's
you'll
always
notice,
a good thing,
you'll start, you may have seen our units in other places. We got asked to go to a Dia de los Muertos event up in Doñana on Saturday because the county is short-staffed right now, so they couldn't put anybody there. And they asked their volunteers, the few that they have left, and none of them wanted to do it. So we were able to send 3 people on a fire engine up there to support that event. And got the people that went there had a really good time, and they got some good feedback from the attendees. So they're working hard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Storga. Dun, 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 dun.
Mayor, Board of Trustees, first of all, thanks for the approval of, until the background checks of Mr. Rodriguez, now to be fully staffed, to the capacity, so that way we can better do now that, we're getting a lot more stuff thrown, our way as far as projects and stuff and all of that. So thank you so much on that. Phase 3 of Calle del Norte is pushed back a couple of days. I heard from Chris, and they didn't really want to start anything because they knew that we had Veterans Day coming, and we do that event. It gets congested on there, so pushed back. So Thursday, we should start seeing some barrels and stuff coming up and getting that project going. University, of course, curves are coming west now, so all of that is starting to get complete coming through. We even have all these curves coming up on right here on the Avenida to the lateral, also almost complete and getting put up there. So that one's moving along as far as we know. We had the meeting at Zia the other day. Heard a lot of concerns, comments that that future address. you know, as far as deeds and all of that. So, you know, that's gonna come. Last week, as Eddie brought up a little bit ago, we were at the infrastructure conference up in Albuquerque. Always very educational, bring back knowledge. So, you know, a lot of water stuff that we hear up there, you know, a lot of good stuff on infrastructure that we bring back information so we can jump on that and get things going here for the town. And what else? We will, you know, I know that it's, I don't know, you know, how the marshals or anybody feels about the corner over here, but I know that with that accident, you know, where we are working very, you know, as quick as possible to get that electrical stuff back in there. It's just it's a process that we have to go through and all of that. So, you know, just bear with us and we will light that back up as soon as possible. And just business as usual.
I do want to say that, you know, as Lorenzo mentioned, that we were, because I was one of the ones that called the joint meeting for the university project with DOT, EBID, the contractor, and then the town being present, because we've all been receiving a lot of concern and questions, and just need to have a pulse check on some of that. So DOT helped organize that, and we had a lot of, as Lorenzo mentioned, we had a lot of feedback. Some that was parts that we were already working on addressing and looking at, and especially in trying to get trail enhancement funding, and then looking at defining specifically, and then we got a lot of great feedback from there what that trail enhancement should look like. And we'll continue a public process once we go through and we secure initial seed funding to get that started. There was some other concerns that were brought up that are out of our scope, and that was with part of it being on the drainage side. But that was addressed by DOT specifically, and then a bigger concern was lighting that was brought up during that meeting, and that's where I am working with DOT to figure that out, and the lighting plan, full lighting plan with that. It's a little late because it's already been, you know, vetted and done and gone through a process, but still, it is our town and it is our community, and I think that we can review a lot of that, especially where our residents are concerned with potential issues with night sky within that, and that was one of the big things there. I do want to say that there was about 70 residents that did show up to that meeting, which was a great thing to have from all areas in there. It did go. We started at 5:30, and I think we ended at 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little bit longer meeting, but good information, good communication, and just trying to really work with our residents in that area. I do want to give kudos to Lorenzo in particular, because it was brought to my attention that as he was leaving to go to leave the meeting, that there were people that live in the neighborhood right there on McDowell or off of McDowell and Capri, older ladies in particular, that were walking by themselves. So he made sure to get out of his car and walk them. Or no, you drove with them.
Well, no, I drove to a point, and then I saw them walking.
Basically, he saw them home, is what I'm getting at. And I do want to give him kudos and a shout out for that, because that's what we talk about with our team, and how our team truly does go the extra mile. And it happens with our public safety, it happens with our public works, happens in community development, finance, all the time. We're all going the extra mile. And I just want to give those kudos for sure. So thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right. I'm not going to talk after everyone, I promise, okay? Because I know we're getting there. Mr. Salazar.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, I think you guys took my time. I will stand by for any questions. I'll read. It's basically the same thing. I mean, I'm working on the same projects, historic preservation, big right now. Mainly, I'm having a lot of good ideas, a lot of moving forward on the local registry. Now, thank you for approving the COG resolution. Once that comes out, we're meeting, get a hold of cultural affairs and see what's going to be our next step, and then start putting this registry together. And so it's exciting stuff. So I mentioned we went up to Albuquerque for the infrastructure. And I was already concerned about our farmers, the water, the conservation, and just going out there really actually brought it more to my forefront. And I did speak to Emilio about it briefly, but I do want to spend some time with a professor of some sort, an MSU, ag professor of some sort. And I believe that, with the new technology, with my background, a process engineer, we can do something to kind of help these farmers with irrigating or business or something to where we can give them some options, because a lot of them do having a very, very hard time maintaining their property and being able to sustain their livelihood. So again, it's a challenge that I'm accepting, and I think moving forward, I think I'd like to pay attention to that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Any questions? Smile.
I'm gonna use the words that Lorenzo used, business as usual.
Well, we just submitted the third quarter, right?
Oh, our first quarter was approved.
Yeah.
So that was a good
There
one.
we go. Someone's gonna say, wait a minute, hold on. Any questions? Trustee Nevada's.
Okay, I was just checking up. I'd like to check up on the telecommunications facilities draft and see what the status is of that particular draft.
I spoke with the attorney this morning just to touch on that, and we will be having that on our first December meeting.
In December?
Yes.
Okay. The other was a comment relating to, we post at the post office, there's a bulletin board there to post agendas and meeting notices. But this is just an idea. You can take it or leave it. But on the plaza itself, there's the new places where you have posters now, but there are some that don't have anything in them. Could we consider posting meeting notices, agenda, anything dealing with the town business in one of those? So there's another place where residents could go to get the information besides the post office. So it's just an idea. The other one is basically, could we have an information campaign, maybe called Know Your Town? Maybe some people don't understand the internal operations of the town and how it's funded, how departments work. There was a lot of comments about, and most of them negative about, about the town, but maybe we could provide or offer that some kind of a campaign, like I said, entitled "Know Your Town" and the different things that the town actually does. So that's just another idea, throwing it out there. The last thing I want to do is really compliment and thank the entire staff for the reports and everything that you do. I think I appreciate it. I think a lot of people appreciate the work that you do for the town. So I want to really emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Johnson Bjork.
Yes, I had a quick question, and I don't know if I missed this somewhere. But I saw on the flyers for the Day of the Dead that it was advertised as a Mesilla Town sponsored event, free to the public. So when did it become a town sponsored event? Because it's always been the Calavera Coalition.
Yeah. That's them. That's their event, not ours.
Right.
What flyer were you? Was it a flyer we made, or was it the Calaveras flyer?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll have to look at that and see, because we don't.
Exactly. And
It's
then
not
there
our
was-
event, so
Right, but they were. Yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll do a screenshot and send it to you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had.
Thank you, Trustee.
You're welcome.
Trustee Cadena.
The Dia de los Muertos, the procession went really well. It was a really good, there was a lot of people from everywhere. And I think the fire and police were there, and to me, it felt like people felt very comfortable in town and did walk the streets and felt very good about being here. In both events, I got a lot of good feedback from people from northern New Mexico and Texas, saying that our town feels homey. It feels good. They feel good when they're here. They feel safe. They feel like what we have done different than maybe Santa Fe has done is Santa Fe really took care of their architecture and their buildings, but they didn't take care of their people as much. And they feel like we take care of our people. So, that's what kind of feedback I got from people up in coming from Santa Fe and Albuquerque the night of the opening of the historic Taylor Historic Site. And on Dia de los Muertos, everybody from El Paso just said we could go anywhere and do Dia de los Muertos, but Mesilla really embodies the true spirit of community and being home and honoring the dead and those kinds of things. So I think that's a tribute to doing something right here that it doesn't always have, that we should hear about, and that people that have been other places feel like that here. For me, my brother was the mayor when the Taylor Historic site was first thought of and discussed and so forth. And so it kind of brought around some personal feelings for me and the Taylors, seeing it come to fruition and being it totally done and having everybody on board, which was a lot of work. Obviously the governor didn't come, but people working for her, directly for her, did come. And so I think it's worked out well, and I think we're going in the right direction. And we just obviously need to work harder still.
Thank you, Trustee.
That's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm glad that we had a lot of people come to this meeting. I wish that would happen more often as we build these things. I just don't know how to better communicate with people other than grabbing everybody's phone number and calling every time something comes up, because I think we do a pretty good job of being open and transparent and showing them everything we have as we go forward and do things and try and implement things and fix things. So I'm just curious to see how we can better serve those people or better inform those people. Like Jerry said, a lot of times it's just miscommunication or misinformation about how things work in the town. And so I think sometimes someone yells fire and there's not actually a fire, but I'm glad that they came. I just wish we had that type of input and that type of attendance all the time so we could really go through these things with people. So that's kind of hard. I'm not sure how we can fix that or what else we can implement, because we do give a lot of information at these meetings. Like Fire Chief gave a presentation. We give a ton of information to residents, and I don't think they get it all or they receive it all. And it's just trying to figure out how to best communicate that forward. Halloween was really fun. Again, Capri Arc is a great place to go trick-or-treating. It's a huge hit. My little one was out there a lot too. Tried to steal a lot of candy, but try to stop it. I think the other thing is that it's a really great thing to see our staff who live in Mesilla and are Mesilla residents really contribute all the time. Our fire chief, our marshal, they live in Mesilla. They give so much extra love and care to our residents because they are a part of our town. And I think that's not a bad thing, I think that's a great thing. And you can see all of our residents, like Lorenzo, walking residents home, they really put a lot of effort into their home. And I think that's always a positive, not a negative. And then as far as more crime coming, I've said it before, it's hard with Las Cruces growing. They're also hurting for public safety and trying to figure that out as well. You had Chief Story talk about repeat offenders and how we do that, because when someone commits a crime and they get away with things, it's hard to really crack down on that. And hopefully we can figure out how to address the uptake in crime overall in this area in general. So I'm not sure how we can help as a whole, as a community, to help work together to try and fix that, other than being aware and doing what we can to help overall. I think that's everything. And I think that's it. But if you have any ideas on how to get information out better, we're all open.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll run through my big list fast, okay? So, because I know it's been a long meeting, and I appreciate everybody for being here on that. We did have a full agenda, and I know that the packet did not come out until Friday, which is sometimes the way that it happens. And we've been trying to get it done earlier, but there's always something, it seems like, that comes in the way. We were, as it was mentioned, at Infrastructure Conference up in Albuquerque. That was Monday through and came back on Thursday afternoon for that. So a lot of great breakouts, I will say, because I was up there with several team members, and I didn't have but one breakout with any of the team members. There were that many breakout sessions and deals. Just to share a little bit of some of the ones that I went to. The first was the leadership perspectives that was provided by the former USDA Secretary Xochitl Small. Participatory budgeting from the bottom-up approach and capital implementation. Pitfalls of piecemeal funding, climate changes and utility impacts, financial and capital access for housing and community development, working with the anti-donation clause, lessons in asset management, New Mexico match funding, opening doors. I also took 9 credits worth of classes towards a public finance certification and a grant working workshop. So I tried to maximize as much time as I possibly could through all that. That was in between meeting several members of DFA, NMFA, Energy, Minerals, Natural Resource Department, among many engineers, facilitators, who gave some insight for potential implementation of ICIP projects and other funding for the town. It was a great conference overall. I feel like my brain is still mush from all of the information that was provided, but it's good stuff for us to follow up, and I highly recommend that conference to any of the board members in the future. It's just definitely was a very, very good conference. It was long, but it was good. So we do have, as it was mentioned, Veterans Day celebration tomorrow. We will have special guests. Congressman Vasquez will be joining us, but I think even more so, we're changing up the deal a little bit and in our agenda and our format for our Veterans Day celebration moving forward, where we work with our DAV in specific, who houses here out of the town hall to support disabled veterans. But so the main commander from DAV will be speaking. But we're reincorporating, or not reincorporating, we're incorporating a veteran resident into the Veterans Day moving forward. And that way we can give our own residents the recognition they deserve. this resident coming up actually has a member on the board. So Mr. Ron Burek will be our resident that will be speaking on his deal tomorrow. So it's just a good thing when we can do that, and we'll move forward with doing that and celebrating those that have worked so hard for what we have as our freedom today. I do want to give a shout out to the many businesses already that have already donated for our Thanksgiving Day baskets that are going to be put together this week. What? Where? Are we putting them together this week or next week? Do you remember? It's next week. Sorry. But literally, Dorothy. Yeah, Dorothy sent out the email in the afternoon, and she checked it the next day, and everybody had committed everything to those baskets. So it was like super fast that our community really showed the support. And so we'll have at least 50 baskets, if not more, to give to our community. There are identified families within Zia Middle School, identified families within Mesilla Elementary, and then in working with our community, there are identified families within our community that will be receiving these baskets. So it's a good thing.
Received quite a bit of donations.
Yeah, it's such a great thing when we can do that. And
I think at Mass, they asked for pies. Did we ask for pies from them?
yeah, we get
Yeah,
pies.
so he brought it up at Mass.
Awesome. Very good. There has been a request from Planning and Zoning or from members of Planning and Zoning to have a little bit more detailed training. So I will look at some detailed training and maybe even joint training that we can all learn from and have that guidance and ask the questions, and that training coming from the Municipal League in particular. So we'll see if we can get them down to do that. It'll probably be a multi-community training. That's what Rebecca had requested when I had asked if we could get the Municipal League down on that. And then I just want to finish off that we did have an election that we just finished and got through. And I don't know, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just the election overall. Like I thought all candidates were doing a great job and presenting themselves as well as the community in the very beginning, and then towards the end, as we got closer to election day, it just started getting extremely ugly. And that's not our community, and that's not what we're known for. And doing that, and when I say ugly, I mean there was. I was getting calls from people from, signs being stolen, signs being put up in different ways, or areas where they weren't on their property, but they were on somebody else's property, but that wasn't allowed. Or calls about other members of the community bad mouthing candidates. It just wasn't good, and that's not the Mesilla that we are. We're better and than that, and it made me sad as I was getting these calls. And I hope that we can work together as a community moving forward to just be stronger and more united. And I'll take ideas from members of the community, members of the board, staff, whoever, to help with that unification moving forward, because I think it's extremely important that we have that as our community. And with that, if there is no objection, 9:27, this meeting is adjourned.
Yeah.